Hello, hello, hello. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, check. Getting feedback somewhere. Let's see, where am I getting that at? That's a good question. Okay, I found it. We're good. All good, all well, I think, I hope. Crossing my fingers, we're getting off to a bit of a late start today. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, and welcome back, and happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy start of the new weekend. Feels like it's been a day and an age since I played anything last, which it has been. Starting to get cabin fever. Bose, I'm assuming that's you, Bose. Cleo, hello. Welcome back. Thank you, Cleo. MP, if you're there. I don't know how old this message is. MP sent a message a long time ago. Yeah, it looks like YouTube has once again switched back to showing people's usernames rather than showing their handles, which is very confusing because not everybody's usernames is the same as their handles. But I will try my best here. Yeah, I thought they learned from that, or people complained enough that they switched it back. I believe that's Bose. I need to start learning or memorizing people's usernames. I'm gonna have to start going to everybody's profiles, their channels, to see what their usernames are. But again, welcome back, everybody. I am, of course, Vanable. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to my channel, as we are here to continue our playthrough of Riven. Jumping into part 3. We are anticipating we are going to beat the game today, but we are also going to try to knock out some achievements. I don't know how far off we are from the end. Ending. I guess we could get into a recap here, because the last time we played, we ended up getting to the other islands. We got to the Survey Island, and the one island that we saw off in the distance, the Prison Island, which had Catherine on it. Was that the only two that we were missing going into the last playthrough? Because we had done the Temple Island's the main one. We had gone to the Jungle Island and then the Boiler Island. So yeah, I think that was it. Then we ended up going to the Survey Island, learned some new things, new mechanics. We got more done in the Starry Expanse. And how much harder is this game compared to Myst? We had heard that it was going to be harder. I wouldn't say it's been too bad. I suppose it has been harder, though. I'm trying to just go based off of how long it took playing Myst, because we know that the average playtime for Riven is the same as Myst. I feel like we're taking longer on this one. So this might be even harder for me than the average person. I know in the last playthrough we got stuck. I got stuck in a few different places where I did a lot of backtracking, going back and forth, trying to figure out what we needed to do and where we needed to go. Part of that was the Starry Expanse. At least I'm assuming so. At one point, we finally went back to the Temple Island. This was something I was wanting to do even in the previous playthrough, I think on part 1. And we were gonna go back to the Temple Island. That's one thing that I wanted to do after we discovered the ability to get into the Expanse, into the Starry Expanse, and we discovered that we can use the fire marbles to send off to the Golden Dome. And when we got back there, it seemed like we couldn't get into the spinning dome the same way we could on the others. I'm still not sure if I was just making a mistake, but it seemed like, well, we couldn't figure out why it wasn't stopping it. We found the little scope to stop it on the symbol, but couldn't get it to stop. So I assumed that Maybe we needed to power that gas contraption from the beginning, and that was connected to it. Now I'm not so sure, but what we ended up doing was finding out that we could indeed go to the each of the different islands through the Starry Expanse, and that's how we got back to the Temple Island one. We got that fire marble off as a result, and then through that we ended up discovering we could go to the island that we were able to see in a distance that had its tram track broken. And once we went there, we discovered that was the prison island where Catherine was being held, in which Catherine actually did reveal to us that we needed to recover the trap book, and that the Moiety was holding it, the people of Riven. And then, yeah, I don't know if we were doing things way out of order. Knowing that Catherine was sitting on the prison island, we could have gone to the Starry Expanse. We probably could have found Catherine way earlier in the game. But the prison island ended up being the last place that we actually ended up going. Yeah, and then we ended up finding a secret passage, which we had found earlier, but we didn't access it till later on, which we couldn't because the last piece of the combination that we needed to access the hidden area for the Moiety was on the prison island. And so since we had never gone to the prison island before, we didn't have all the pieces that we actually needed. And so once we had access to the prison island, we got the final sequence. We were able to go back, and that ended up revealing not a door like I was thinking we were going to find, but actually we found a book, a working linking book that led to a realm called Tay. And Tay apparently is where the Moiety are staying or hiding, because we go there and they've got like an entire, I don't know, I wouldn't say, well, I guess maybe it's a kind of village. It's the big ball. This big ball that's kind of like all the village huts that we had seen, but this is one giant one, and I'm assuming they're all living there for the moment. And so we went there, and then that's how we recovered a note from Catherine and the linking book, or not the linking book, but the trap book that's supposed to look like a linking book. And we did get our first technical ending. We did try clicking on the trap book after they gave it back to us, and sure enough, that trapped us. No surprise, it trapped us in the book, and we ended up getting an achievement for that. So we did ponder whether or not there was going to be multiple endings in this one, as there were in the first miss. I'm sure there's some other endings that we probably need to do as well, especially if we're going to try to knock out achievements and trophies. So we have that to look forward to as well. But anyways, after we reloaded, got the trap book back from Tay, we returned to Riven, and I think that's basically where we left off. Now, we started going back towards the Temple Island, and upon returning there, we did end up seeing what I believe was Gen, Atris's father, the person we're trying to trap in the trick book, the fake link book. We saw him for just a brief moment in one of the earlier rooms in the game. It's just a giant head. I don't know if he was a hologram or or if that was him. He didn't say anything. He just kind of smiled at us. And then he disappeared. And that's pretty much, I believe, where we left off. So we talked to Catherine, and we finally found Catherine. She said we needed to get the book back. After examining it, she could tell that this was the work of her husband, Atris. And so we now have recovered the book, and I guess we need to try to find Gen and see if we can trick him into using it. But yeah, we still haven't, I don't know, there's still some things that we haven't done that I feel like I need to go back and look around. Oh, bloody hell, more ads. I gotta stop using the soundtrack on YouTube here. Alright, so that's where we left off, and we're gonna jump back in. Like I said, it feels like there's some things that we're missing. I I know that when we got to Survey Island, there's this underground area where we looked around through different scopes. I don't know what that is achieving. Each time we pressed a button, it turned a light on, and that might have been activating something, but I don't, for the life of me, know what it was that we were actually activating. Yeah, it's hard to say. So I kind of want to go back and take a look at that area, see if something is missing. I don't know if there's anything left to do on the Jungle Island. We did so much on the Jungle Island on the last playthrough. Most of our time, I think, was spent on the Jungle Island. As we explored the rest of the village, we found the secret passage in the area. We saw what I'm assuming was a Moiety person. I say that because they looked normally they just looked normal dressed. Are the Moiety and the people of Riven one and the same? Were people from Dunny brought to Riven? I know that they were teaching in the classroom. They were teaching the Dunny numbers. This was actually having me kind of confused, and I know probably incorrectly labeled Dunny and Moiety and vice versa. But yeah, it's confusing because they clearly were trying to teach them, presumably the people of Riven, um, Dunny numbers and the Dunny language. But then the people of Riven also had a number system too, which we had to learn in the last stream. I don't know. I don't know. I would be lying if I said I fully understood everything that's going on. I absolutely do not. All I know is that we're still trying to free Catherine, and we're still trying to capture Atreus' father again. So that's what we're going to try to do here, and we'll see if we can actually beat the game and knock out some achievements. All right, enough rambling. Again, welcome back. MP, welcome back. Bose, how's it going? Thank you, MP. As always, a good friendly reminder, don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. I do very much appreciate it. Subscribe, share, all the good things. Let's get started. Let's go. Yeah, I looked up the soundtrack because the menu has no audio at all. I think it has like a light humming in the background. So I looked up the soundtrack to play. And I didn't have that happen before with ads playing like that. But yeah, I found the soundtrack that I picked today apparently had ads set up to play in between every single track, which is lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, so this is where we saw Gen's big holographic floating head was in here, which I guess that's what it was. We can assume now that this room's sole purpose was to convince the Moiety, the people here in Riven, to believe that Gen is a god. Because yeah, now it makes sense. Like, these must be like offerings. So this is some kind of weird chapel that presumably he made to make his giant head appear here. It's probably a good as guessed as any. Or temple, rather. From the Temple Island. Ah, what the heck? Who closed this? Okay, so yeah, and I guess I didn't mention that too. We did... So, accessing each of the locations in the Starry Expanse, we did power up the balls, the fire marbles, and sent them off to the Gold Dome. So we're gonna go see if we can do... I'm assuming we're trying to power up the book in the center here, and we're guessing like Gen is over in this book that he created, number 233. But we need to power it up. It's dead. Let's see. We have all of them. Yes, we do have. Now, how do we use these? And how do they work? So we sent them here. I can see the tubes. I actually don't know what to do. It is good to be back. I was getting antsy, and I haven't played any games. I guess I did not update on that aspect. Yes, I did. We went in. They shoved the needle in my back, in my neck, my spine. And now I kind of play. Now I'm just playing the waiting game at this point. It caused both my shoulders to be sore. I think it has helped initially alleviate the pain in my right shoulder now that some days have passed. But it's supposed to help just it naturally heal. So I just need to wait. I do have a follow-up appointment in a couple weeks that I need to tell them probably how it's doing. But this could become a regular occurrence. They told me it's different for everybody. It could be one injection and you're good for years, or it might only be months. They said that some people have to come back and get it every few months or twice a year, etc., etc. It's different for everybody. So I'm just gonna stick to doing physical therapy, and that's supposed to be the idea. Is the injections is supposed to help promote healing in the area as long as you continue to like stretch and, you know, continue doing your physical therapy. All right, what am I missing here? We have these containers. They've arrived. We'll assume, are these the fireballs up top glowing? Let's see. Is there a switch that I'm not seeing? Oh, there is. Is this a switch? This is a switch. All right, let's see. Okay, yeah. All 5 are glowing. So let's see what happens. Okay, it's trapped me in here. Tyler, welcome back. Happy Friday. Okay. We're going up. Oh, hello. Huh. What? Okay. So... Alright, so... Oh my gosh, maybe we should have revisited the lab and double-checked the notes in his lab before doing this. Alright, so we actually have... These colors have to come into relation to what we saw on the survey island. So I'm wondering, did I inadvertently, like, activate them, like, and they're all good? Are they good to go? I don't know. I can't click on any of them. None of them are doing anything. But are these the marbles? Yeah, we mentioned that at the top of the stream, that YouTube has once again gone back to showing the usernames and not the, like, aliases, the handles, which I find very confusing. I guess if... I mean, what's the point of the handle? I don't know, because on one hand, I guess, like, if they stuck to it, I would know people by this name forever. I don't know, because remember they did this once before. YouTube switched it so the live chat was usernames instead of handles, and we thought it was confusing, and I think a lot of people complained about it, and then it went back. So I assumed that they went back because people complained about it. But now it's doing it again, where all we see is usernames. Okay, so... So this... Oh gosh. We're gonna have to come back. This looks like the grid that we saw over on Survey Island. And then this is reminiscent of the, like, the wave range length thing that we saw inside of his lab, where we were able to power up. Where we were able to power up one of the materials, the fire marbles, an unspherical, an unsmooth fire marble. Now, can we... Now, interestingly, this is reminding me of Rime a little bit, too. Remember in Rime we had the different color wavelengths, too, at the top that we were having to mess with? And I'm wondering if this is along the same. Now, how many spots do we have here? I guess... Well, this would have made sense with the number system, because it looks like there's supposed to be 25, but actually there's 26. Unless this is supposed to be 0 down here. Because, yeah, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So I guess we'll assume this is 0. Which actually, that means... Well, actually, I say that. What was the one where we powered up the fire marble? Which one was it on? It was like... I don't know. We're missing something, clearly. We need to know where to put each of these. And I do not. Oh, and we can actually move these now. And we can put them in here. Excellent. Okay, so... Alright, so the... Here, let's check our notes. So we do actually have... Milo, you are putting so many holes in my arm, boy. I know it's your way of telling me that you love me, but it's driving me crazy. I have not, Tyler. I have not played any Metal Gear Solid game. The only Kojima game I've played is Death Stranding. Yeah, we could bring up some Milo Cam. If he's gonna be injuring me, might as well get it on camera. Okay, so yeah, this is the grid. So at a bare minimum, I suppose we should be able to... We can ascertain that maybe it's this pattern. But where do we put each one? I don't know. Let me see. Okay, so anyway, so yeah, so the main reason was not opening this for the notes is that we do actually have the colors for the islands, but how do we tell which island? So we can see here, Jungle Island is, well, we're assuming Jungle Island is red because of the small one. All the other ones have very obvious ones. So the Prison Island was blue. Survey Island was orange. Temple Island was green. Okay, so we only need the 5. Boiler Island, what color are we missing? Was it purple? Okay, so if Jungle Island is indeed red, so the only color we're missing is purple. So we can assume that Boiler Island is purple and its color. The purpose of this specific game is to rescue Atreus's wife Catherine and imprison Atreus's father Gen. If you have no idea what's going on in the game, none of that's going to matter to you or make sense, because we would have to explain what happened in the first game, Myst. This is a sequel. The first game in the series is called Myst. This is the sequel to that game, and it's called Riven. Okay. Are these are representations of the islands, aren't they? Um, well, which gosh, we need music. We need music. Let me bring up the soundtrack, but pick let me find the soundtrack that I found from somebody else that didn't have ads in between each one. Ads between each of the songs. Here we go. This is the one that I played before. Wang, 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 wang. Yeah, we need some background sound. It's too silent. Sweet Milo, yeah. He's a good boy. Completely white. Well, we did mention that when he was a kitten, he had like 2 small gray specks on top of his head. But as he grew up, I'm assuming just from the fur spreading out from him getting larger, they seem to have disappeared. I can't tell that they're there anymore. So it's just like he's a pure white cat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Which shape is which island? Well, that might be simple enough. If it's in the pattern, because when we're looking at this grid, we're actually kind of facing. I don't know if that makes sense. So we can assume this is Survey Island. This is Boiler. This would be Temple. This would be Prison. And then this would be Jungle. What I'm confused by is the ball placement. How do we know which one of these is which? We could assume 1, 2, 3 is these ones. But these ones are on top of each other. Oh, I have so many cats. I have too many cats, Tyler. I have so many freaking cats. In fact, 2 of them are over here now. Let's see. There's Nova, which you can't really see. She's just a black mass. And then, surprisingly... she's so freaking cute. Surprisingly, Luna's not with her sister. Normally they sleep side by side. Luna instead is right here, but you can't even really tell she's there. She's right here. And then I don't know where Zoe is. There's Luna. Why are you sleeping with your sister, huh? Yeah, normally Luna and Nova sleep side by side. Cheap technology, Tyler. I hope to one day be able to afford a color camera. One day. Alright. Like, we could go back to the survey island, but I don't know if we're gonna glean any new information from this. We were talking about wanting to go back to Survey Island because it seemed like we missed something, but I think this is what we missed, basically. It's something that we're needing for the dome. Right. It'd be nice. I could probably go down to the local shop and pick up a clicker for my television. That would be good. That would be nice. Yeah, how do we know which one's which? We could just try this, I guess. Oh, I'm an idiot. Look, Bose. It's the balls that are separated onto the separate blocks. So this is if this is Jungle Island, then that means this ball, which is on top, is Jungle Island. This one is Survey Island. So that's got to be Survey Island. This has got to be Jungle Island. And then, yeah, these are all in their own separate ones. Prison Island is completely by itself. And then Temple Island and Boiler Island. Alright, let's try that. Okay, so colors. Notes. Where? Shoot, I closed my notes folder. Okay, so let's write this down real quick so I don't have to keep... My short-term memory is terrible. So let's write it down. He knows. He was putting holes in my arm prior to turning on the camera, and then as soon as I turned the camera on... Okay, so we're saying Boiler Island unknown, but we know now it's got to be purple, based on the fact that one of these is purple. Jungle Island is red. Prison blue. Survey orange. Oh my gosh. And then Temple green. Unless that orange is supposed to be yellow. Wait, wasn't one of these yellow? Wait, survey is yellow? Why do I have two different entries for survey? Wait, hold on. Yeah, we have a yellow. Why did I... Oh, no. I didn't know what yellow was. That's what it is. I just didn't put... Because I have here saying... I have them all under in quote survey because that's where we found these things. So I said Survey Jungle Island is red, Survey Prison Island is blue, but we have an unknown light, which is yellow, and it's this symbol right here. Yeah, we still have a yellow that's unaccounted for. This is, here, let me look at this. Because this only had 5, too. Okay, well the symbol... Okay, this symbol is missing from this. So yeah, this is a 6th. So we've got the other colors. So yellow has got to come into play at some point. But we've only got the 5 marbles from the 5 islands. But yeah, we have a yellow mystery. Maybe it's the gold dome. Is the gold dome its own thing? Yellow? Maybe we'll assume so. Now I wonder. Oh wait, this might actually be what we need for the notches. Hold on, let's see. Okay, so boiler. Oh, doggone it. I closed it. I closed the eyeballs. Okay, so let's go back to those symbols again. Okay, so jungle is the slit eye, right? So that would be 5. We'll assume that's 5. That's 5, right? Oh my gosh, hold on. Let me bring out my numbers. Oh, it's 6. Oh, I'm an idiot. 6, not 5. 5 is the right, because 1 is up and down, 5 is sideways. 5 plus 1 is 6. Okay. Alright. Prison Island is the upright eyeball, which should be 12. So blue is 12. Orange. Sideways slit. That is 4. Survey is green. That's an open with a dot. That is 9. And then purple, the boiler. Just up slit. And that is going to be 14. Alright, let's see if these are even in order. Because I'm assuming we can't even slide them by each other. Alright, let's try this. Oh, shoot. Okay, no, we got it written down. Turn this down for a second. Alright, let's go back into the game now. Well, it'd be good if we didn't close our notes. Oh, there they are. Okay, so the boiler is top left, right? Boiler is purple. And then temple, which is green, with the prison island in the corner. Okay, so then it was jungle. You would think jungle would be green, wouldn't you? Oh, wait. Survey is orange. Survey should be on the bottom. Jungle is red. Okay, so then let's see. Is this actually in order? Okay, it is. We can already see that. Purple is 14, blue is 12. Now, like I said, question is that just based on the number system alone, we're going to assume this is 25, but that means this has to be 0, right? I guess we'll find out here. If it doesn't work, we can adjust them all by 1. So red is 6. Orange. Ah, shoot. Orange is 4. Well, this doesn't work. Alright. What did I mess up? Let me see. No, duck on it. Did I mislabel these? Red is the slit. Wait, maybe I did? No? I put red as 6. Shoot. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. I don't know. I'm still we still have this weird view sticking out though, because that's kind of a problem. Yeah, how are we supposed to arrange them in this order? If orange is 4 and red is 6. Am I going crazy? You don't suppose it goes the other direction? That wouldn't make sense though, would it? Yeah, the only thing that's off is the orange and the red. All the other colors are in order. The green, blue, and purple. Purple 14. And then blue is 12. Green is 9. Ah, there must be something that I'm missing. I also don't remember. I mean, we could flip them, but that's not what we have. That is not the information that we have on the information that we found from his lab. There was something that there was something in the lab that was talking about. Let me see. Did I? Let me see here. Let me save these too. Okay, so fire marbles, position and numbers. We'll save that. Fire marble, power marble, strike force compensation. What does this note say? The counterintuitive aspect of fire marbles that a greater strike force does not always yield the maximum energy output. Never ceases to amaze me. Optimal strike force base value. What does that mean? Does that mean... Crap. What was the... Shoot, what was the number that we had to put on? Oh my gosh. I mean, we could rewind the stream, I guess. I did not take a screenshot of it. Let's open the stream and look at it, because otherwise we're gonna have to go back to Boiler Island and revisit his lab. So let's see here. Did we go to his lab on the first stream? We must have. Yeah, if it's on Boiler Island, we must have. Okay, here we go. Gen's laboratory. So let's see here. Dead air again. Just need to keep the music rolling. Keep the music rolling. Okay, so when were we actually using the marble? Contraption. Here it is. Alright, so we... Okay. Alright, so we can assume that this is what it's talking about for the base value. Which would be 9. Assuming that this is 0. Okay, so the base... There's a base value. He says the counterintuitive aspect of fire marbles that a greater strike force does not always yield the maximum energy output. Never ceases to amaze me. So if the base value... So are we so because the base output is here, are we doing... How does that help? Are we doing offsets of the base value? Because it's not... Is that possible? So if the survey is 4 and the jungle is 6, which is red, the base is here. Would these be being pulled away from it? And then do we start going the opposite direction for the other 3? But what would stop me from being able to do it from here for, like, orange? Yeah, that's the part that's confusing me. The only thing I can figure is that if... Because green is on 9. Could green be matching the base? And then the orange and the red are going away from the green, which is the base. And then the blue and the purple are going away in the opposite direction. Oh, you're right. You're right. So the base is our yellow. But are we going away from it? So if we're assuming yellow is right here, would we just count down the numbers? In which case, orange would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So orange would be sitting on the 5, and then red would be sitting on the 3. Our invisible yellow is right here on the base. I mean, I guess we could try it. And then green would be But if we're assuming that it's the number away from the base, in which case that would mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do we have enough space for this? 10, 11, 12. Okay, we do. We have enough space to do that. So maybe it's this. Our yellow base here with orange going down 4, red down 6, green up 9, 12, and 14. Alright, let's see if that works. Now what? Do we go back down? Do we go back down now? Let's see. Let's try it. What do I do? Now what do I do? I'm assuming this is just going to take us back up. Did I miss a button that I was supposed to press? Oh, the button's right there. Oh, did it work? I think we got it, both. We got it. Alright, Chihuahua. I'm so glad I'm streaming. If we hadn't been streaming, I would have had to have gone. I would have had to have gone back to the Boiler Island if I couldn't rewind my stream like we did. And I'm glad I took those screenshots, too, for that matter. Wise, hello, welcome to the stream. Happy Friday. Pog? What are you saying, Bo's Pause? I don't know what your handle is. I'd have to visit your channel, because once again, YouTube is only showing usernames. Never mind, your username and your handle are the same. How do you pronounce your name? Can I call you Wise? I could call you Wiseawig. Is it Wiseawig? Alright. Should we go in here? This is... I'm going to assume Gen is in here. But look at it. It's got like a bunch of crazy... Are those trees? Alright. We're going in. Let's go in. I hope there wasn't something else we were supposed to do before entering this. Shoot, we should have saved. Ah, we should have saved. Oh no, we're in a freaking cage. I'm not gonna be able to save. Oh no. Oh, can we reload? I want to make sure to save. Oh, did it save right before we entered? Auto save, 1018. Oh, I think it did. That's amazing. Let's make a hard save outside the book. WYSIWYG. Okay. Wiz would be good. I guess Wiz or Wig would be a good nickname. Alright, let's make a hard save. Well, how's it going, Wig? How is it going? You said long time viewer, first time chatter. Is that what you said? Long time lurker, first time chatter. Welcome to the club. We have a lot of lurkers. We even have some moderators that are lurkers. Alright. Alright, we got it saved. Alright, let's enter for real now. And of course, a good friendly reminder, don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. Do very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Speaking of lurking moderators, there's Phantom. She knew I was calling her out. For all we know, Nightgazer is lurking too. What the heck? Are those flying? Oops. Hi again.
I apologize for the cage. I'm afraid this situation has often required of me a more primitive code of conduct than I might otherwise have chosen. I am Gen. I assume you've heard of me. Yes. Well, I suspect you have acquired some false information of who I am now. Not that my son would have lied to you about me. No, not Atris. It's just that, well, I'm sure he believes me to still be the depraved father I once was. Yes. I even tried to kill him once. God, if I had accomplished that, who knows what I would have become. A great father indeed, who tries to murder his own son. Thankfully, he trapped me on age 5, a prison of my own creation. No books, no precious inks, no ages to link to, nothing but my own foolish ambitions. That was 30 years ago.
You stand still.
30 lifetimes, what does it matter? No sentence could be too harsh for the man I was. But I have changed.
Sure you have.
Be sure the deeds of my past can never be completely atoned for, but my mission was an honorable one. I'm sorry, this is all a bit awkward. It's been a long time since I've attempted to persuade anyone of my intentions. Most of the people here have already made their minds up about me one way or another. I myself do not trust the words of most men, so I don't expect you to believe me. In the end, though, you may discover that I do have more than mere words to offer. Atris's choice of punishment has been hard on the people of Riven. Many have suffered because of it. The island has been steadily decaying for years, but according to my most recent measurements, it appears that the 5th age has entered its final days. Unless the villagers can be relocated soon, the island will collapse entirely and everyone will perish. It has taken me a long time to do it, but it appears that finally I'll be able to make some substantial amends to my past transgressions, especially in, well, I'm afraid I've had some trouble with Catherine and the moiety. In any society, there will always be a small percentage of the population with rebellious tendencies. Before Catherine appeared, the moiety, as they call themselves, had been relatively harmless. I mean, the natives here are a fairly violent people by nature, but I'd almost come to accept their presence. Upon Catherine's return, however, their violence intensified considerably. It seems she's become some sort of religious savior to them. As far as I can tell, she's come to believe this herself. So I've had no alternative. I had to separate her from her people. The actions of Catherine and the moiety have put my own life at risk on numerous occasions. Consequently, the lives of all the people here. Therefore, I must ask you to refrain from any attempt to free her. Although I'm sure Atreus desires it. Indeed, he must desire it with all his heart. But he is completely unaware of her recent state. Which brings me to the point of all of this. The linking book you brought with you. You're very fortunate to have recovered it. If I may. Thank you.
Just touch it, dude. Just touch it. Touch it! Don't look at it too closely. Alright, he's looking at it for a really long time. Can I say something? Can I be like, please don't touch that. I need it to get back. That's all we have to say. Can I do something? Can I say something? I was thinking about it. What's the problem?
Perhaps it would be best if you went through first.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I like it here.
You may need some time to decide. That is reasonable. Please understand, there is nothing I want more than a chance to resolve matters between Atreus and myself, especially in light of what has become of Catherine. But unless you are willing to demonstrate to me that your intentions are honorable, I cannot risk it. The sanctuary I've been writing for the Islanders is nearly complete. After all these years, it would be a shame if I were unable to finish it. The work I am doing is quite demanding. Please don't signal me unless you've decided to use the book.
Okay, well, we have no way of getting out of here, do we? Outside of returning to Riven? Is this Riven? What building is that? What am I looking at? I don't know. Can we save again? Oh, we can't. Of course we can't save inside the cage. Ah, what a bummer. I mean, I don't think we have any choice. We have to go through this book. I want to explore this place. There's a switch over there. And a ladder. Alright, I guess we're going... No worries, Wig. No worries. Oh, it was his lab. That's what we were looking at. Oh, look. So, I mean, is he not trusting us? Is that why he's wanting us to use the book first? See, it would be helpful if we could speak. Maybe some reverse psychology. We could have been like, whatever you do, don't touch that book. So yeah, he transported us back to his lab. Is there something we're supposed to do in the lab? I kind of want to go talk to Catherine again, but what would be the fastest way back to the prison island? I mean, we don't have a choice. If we go into the prison island, we'd have to go through the Starry Expanse, right? So, I am curious though, could we have, because we know that there's alternate endings, could we have touched, when he offered the book to us, could we have touched it right then? The only thing that sucks about that is that if that is an alternate ending, we're gonna have to sit through his speech again, where he keeps walking. Oh my gosh, it was driving me crazy that he kept walking in circles. Stand still and talk to me, man. All right, let's try to go to let's try to still go see if we can talk to Catherine. I kind of want to see if she has anything new to say. All right, what's the eyeball? What's the... Let's go see if Catherine has something to say. Milo, why are you bathing me? You are probably right. If that is an alternate ending, hopefully it's the same one. We should have... Maybe we'll save, Oh my gosh. Milo, why are you licking me? Do you think you're bathing yourself? Before we try to talk to Catherine again, we'll make another hard save. Because we could come out over at the Temple Island instead and go back to him. Oh my gosh, boy. Driving me crazy. You're gonna take my skin off. I've already forgotten. What? Shoot, I've forgotten the symbols. Doggone it. Actually, we could... Oh, of course. We can't save in the bloody Starry Expanse. Okay, so Temple Island is the single dot. Prison Island is the dot with an open eye. Okay. Which is where? Where is it? Alright, so yeah, let's go to the prison island first, but we'll make a hard save once we get out of the Starry Expanse. Why doesn't it let you save while inside? I don't understand. What's the problem with saving in the Starry Expanse? Or what's the problem with saving inside of his cage, for that matter? Why are you limiting me, game? Can I save here? Not that it would matter, because I don't think I could go back without reopening this. I still can't save. Is it not letting me save at all? In the... Now that we're like getting into the end game? Oh, finally, it's letting me save. Alright. We still need to find out how to free her, too. Which I'm assuming is... Which we need to find the, these... We need to find these noises. Okay. Come on, Catherine, give me something new. Let me tell you. Good.
You're back.
Yes.
Time is running out.
He didn't
You have to
fall
free
for it.
me. The combination is hidden somewhere in Gen's outpost in age 233.
I
So you
can't
have to
explore
trap
it.
him to get it.
I mean... if he's trapped in the book, how am I supposed to get out of the damn cage in his realm? Alright, she didn't help at all. Maybe if we tell him, like, we agree to look at the book, he'll open the cage? Maybe? Alright, bloody hell. There's gotta be a reason to come back, though. So we need to explore 233, but we need to get out of the cage. Which I don't even see how him trapping himself in the book helps us get out of the cage there. Just want to read this again. Writing from the prison, along with this journal, I've instructed Nella to return the book. After questioning her, I've concluded that it was written by Atris. Gin will wish to use it, though he will undoubtedly be suspicious. Once he is out of the way, you'll still need the combination to release me. I'm told he keeps it in 233. Then I assume we're to signal Atreus. I think I know how it might be done, but don't attempt it before I'm released. Which again says to me that's got to be an alternate ending too. I think we mentioned that last time, which is there must be a way that we can figure out how to signal Atreus before releasing her. Oh, bloody hell. Whoops. Wait, was it upright? Or down? Oh shoot. I don't remember. I can't even see that from here. Got it. Okay, it's upright. It is upright. Actually, the fact that I just missed it, maybe we were just missing it on the Temple Island. I know we did the Temple Island from inside, but now I'm suspecting I just kept missing it. Like I got the timing wrong for the Temple Island dome. I did try it like 2 or 3 times, but I might have just missed it every single time. Should I be paying attention to this moth that's always hanging out here? I don't know. I keep scaring it though. Am I even going to be able to get out this way? Or am I going to be cut off by the door? Well, no, we won't be cut off, but am I going to have to rotate that room to get out? I guess we're going to find out. Yep. Doggone it. I do not like this rotating room. What does this do? I know what it does. No, I wish I didn't hit that. You know what, we're gonna do it right now. See if I was making a mistake. What was it again? Alright, yep. It was. I was just missing it. I just missed it last time we were here. Oh well. It probably would have been faster to go somewhere else and just take the tram. This is making the rotating room blueprints look like nothing. I would take the rotating room and blueprints over this any day. Alright, well, we can try a number of things. Like said, we don't really need to fret too much about getting alternate endings or getting bad endings or anything, because we want to try to get all the endings if they're going to have achievements tied to all of them. So let's just try whatever. If he offers the book again, we're gonna try to take it. Also, we did get lag. Did I mention that? Am I going crazy? We did get some lag, so you might be a little bit behind if you want to refresh the stream to be more on point. Also, speaking of which, we've been having the soundtrack playing this whole time. Let's pause the soundtrack. Although I've been liking having the background music. Speaking of Blueprints, it's Blueprints all over again. We did the same thing with Blueprints. We would just be playing the soundtrack in the background the whole time. So we never had any dead air. All right. All right. How do we call him back? Oh, he's coming back. I've returned. I've thought about it.
I'm relieved you've returned.
See, I like the cameras following him right now.
Decided against it.
Wish it did that throughout all of his conversations. Or maybe I released it. Maybe it was my fault. Yeah. Keep camera focused.
Here. I shall follow you directly.
Alright, let's try it. Let's see.
Please.
We're gonna click it. I'm trying to click it.
You're free to go. But...
Wait, what?
I think you should not come back unless you're willing to use the book.
I tried to use it! I clicked it! I clicked it! No! Don't leave again! I don't want to go back! I don't want to go back to your lab! Ah! I swear I tried. It didn't work. Oh gosh. Thank goodness we made a save. Just outside the book. Yeah, what am I doing wrong? What did I do wrong there? I clicked it. It gave us a mouse clicker, but it didn't do anything. All right, let's try going back again. I can't move. Oh, there we go. All right, we're gonna try it again. See what happens.
I'm relieved you've returned. I thought perhaps you had decided against it. Here, I shall follow you directly.
Okay. Go.
Please.
I'm clicking.
You're free to go.
What? What is happening? I'm so confused.
I think you should not come back unless you're willing to use the book.
I'm gonna lose my mind. Maybe you're not supposed to be able to, but why would it give me a mouse pointer? Alright, we need to look this up. The menu is currently inaccessible. I can't access the menu while I'm doing this. Milo, what the heck are you doing, boy? Look at this crazy cat. Alright, let's see. Can't click book when offered by Gen. Okay, this better not freaking give us any spoilers. Let's see. There's something wrong. It won't let me click it. Okay, somebody in Reddit asked the same thing. Uh, this seems to imply that you can click it. Am I going crazy? Why in the world am I not able to click it? Yeah, I'm lost. I don't know why. Um, I don't want to go all the way through and come back, but we might have to. We're gonna try one more time. I don't understand why I'm not able to click it. Like, am I losing my mind? I tried it with the controller and I tried it with the mouse. I couldn't click it both times. We're gonna try one more time. At least we have a save, a hard save here, so. Cause I don't know if we're messing something up. But we have a hard save at the very beginning before we first talk to him. We have a hard save on the prison island. We have a hard save just outside here. I cannot click on his damn book though. Maybe it's a controller bug. Let me try turning off the controller. I know that the screenshot menu is completely busted if you have a controller with a mouse and keyboard hooked up. So let's try turning the controller off.
I'm relieved you've returned. I thought perhaps you had decided against it.
All right.
Here, I shall follow you directly.
Okay, cool. Click, 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 click.
Please.
Oh, it worked. Turning off the controller worked. It had to have been my controller was conflicting with the mouse and keyboard. Alright, cool. So this has got to be an alternate ending. I'm assuming obviously we're not supposed to click on it, but if there's going to be an achievement tied to every one, we need to make sure to get them. What? Say something. What? What is happening? Oh, wait, did he just transfer himself in here? Interesting. Did we just trap him? Did he just switch places with us? Was that the plan all along? Did I forget the plan? I just assumed that he would look at the book, assume that it was a linking book, and then use it and get trapped. But where is it? Where's the book? Shouldn't it be like sitting on the floor or something? Where did he put it? Yeah, where did he put the book? I'm assuming he put it down and then used it. But I don't see where it is. Can we save now? Oh shoot, we can save in here too. Nice. Okay, so I can't click anything. What's this? This is an unpowered book. Which book is this book? Okay, this is not the same one. What is this? Yeah, what is this? That's the same one, right? That's 275. What is the down one? Hold on, where's my notes? Is that a 10 or a 2? Is that a 10? Yeah, this has got to be an old one then, right? Because this is the one we just used, right? This was 233. Okay, so this is, yeah, that's a 10. Okay, so no, this is this is 2, not this one. This is a 235, if that's a 10. It's not powered though. What are these ones? What's this one? Okay, this is the one that this is the same one that we took here, right? So this is 233. And this is 235. Where's 234? Why can't I click on anything? Is my game bugged? Oh, I can climb the ladder. I just can't click on any stuff up here though. Can we go outside? We can. I don't know where to go first. Oh yeah, that's right. We could click on this too. Can I turn this? I don't know what I'm doing with this. Night Gazer, how's it going? Happy Friday. What are you up to? That was kind of loud. Okay, so we now have a way to go back. I guess let's go down the ladder first. MP, I'm sad to see you go. Who are these? To Gen, my husband, and my salvation. So this is Gen's. Is that supposed to be Gen right there? I'm going to assume so. Thank you, MP. Always a good friendly reminder. Don't forget to hit that like button if you have not yet already. Do very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Be like MP, hit that like button. And subscribe if you'd like to be notified of future streams. Alright, MP, take it easy. I'll hopefully see you tomorrow. This is one of those hologram things. Fiery magical hologram things, but we can actually do like how do I use it? How do I use it? Oh, here we go. Wait, what? I can't do anything with it. I can't turn it. Are you leaving, Milo? Are you gonna go lay with your sister? He's not laying with his sister, but he did leave. Nova's still here. Nova's still here. Chilling out. Chilling out, relaxing. Luna's still over there. Alright. Alright. What happened to my audio? Alright, I I'm assuming that we don't have the right combo, and it's just not allowing to turn. I don't know why it's making that burning sound. It's either that or I'm just not operating it correctly. A journal! What is the date? What is the date? That's a 3 on the left. And then that is an 11 on the right. So this is 86. I don't know of what anymore. It would be weird if it was 1986, so we'll assume it's its own dating system, but it's 86. So the year is 86 at this point. 86-9. 86-9 20 29. All right, anyways. Let's not worry about the dates too much. Let's not worry about translating the dates. I start this latest journal with astounding news. Catherine has returned to the Fifth Age, and though it sets my teeth on edge to say it, she has also vanished as quickly as she appeared, stolen from me by the rebels. As my guard tells it, she linked into the fissure plateau cage just as I'd surmised, when suddenly he was set upon by a band of rebels. He was set upon by a band of rebels? Alright, anyways. Who darted him and speared her away. I suspect the truth of the matter was that he was so dumbfounded and actually witnessing someone link in after all this time that he presented an easy target for whichever rebel happened to be nearby. The damnable luck of it. He did get a good enough look at her, though, to verify that it was indeed Catherine. He also claims that he inspected all of her belongings and found no linking book on her person, a fact that I find hard to believe, but if true, makes the question of why she's returned here all the more puzzling. While I am sick with the frustration at having lost the only quarry that Cage has ever caught, I am also filled with hope, as she may yet provide me with a way back to Dunny. Okay, so this is when Catherine got tricked into coming to Riven, right? Gosh, Zoe, what are you doing over there? It is true that I have managed, despite overwhelming odds, to break free of the confines of the Fifth Age and resume my mission to save my culture from extinction. But I fear that unless I am able to regain access to the vast resources that lie in the city's ruins, the task of resurrecting that great civilization will be impossible. If Catherine did bring a linking book with her, then I am halfway there. If not, then she is trapped in the Fifth Age, and I can only assume that my emotionally crippled son will soon be along to rescue her. Either way, it is crucial to my plans that I find her soon. Her presence here now forces me to take the rebels more seriously. I should never have permitted them to survive this long. Once again, the great work has demonstrated its usefulness to me. The villagers have been difficult to manage in the wake of Catherine's arrival, and their fear of this mythic beast has been all that kept them in line. Had I known how truly useful these prodigious creatures would prove to be, I would have captured more of them while the local population was still plentiful. Although, to be sure, if these disturbances continue, my current pets will be in no danger of perishing for lack of nourishment. The search for Catherine continues. He keeps making the mistake of writing it starting with a K. The funny thing is, though, is that he never writes Catherine out in its entirety. He always gets halfway writing Catherine with a K. I'm assuming that's all it is that he starts writing her name with a K and then he crosses it out and rewrites it with a C. Unless there's more of a meaning to that. The search for Catherine continues. I deeply regret my mistake of having her taught these primitive people anything at all about the books. It seems that with each passing day, I more sorely realize that extent to which they are not ready for that knowledge, not even in the simplified manner in which I presented it to them. Their minds, adapted only to the exceptionally menial tasks of village life, were incapable of comprehending the art in all its complexity, and were thus unable to glean any of the underlying principles that are ironically so elegantly simple. It is obvious that so much of the discord that exists between us stems from their failure to grasp the meaning of the information I gave them. If they'd been able to gain even the smallest glimpse of the glorious future I had planned for them, this conflict would not exist. The minds of the children, however, are much more malleable. With the proper tutelage, they have developed a more appropriate posture towards the culture that has given them their lives. At times they take to it almost as if they had a bit of Dunny blood in them. Given the natives' inborn limitations, however, I am quite careful that none gain a level of understanding that would permit them to sin against their future the way that Catherine did. How foolish I was to think that she could wield such knowledge responsibly when it was quite clear that my own son could not. Atreus. Still, he remains one of the greatest disappointments of my life. I should never have left him with my mother. By the time I'd returned for him, he had already been poisoned as to all thoughts of aiding me in my noble mission. Perhaps that was the only way she could soften the fact that she had been responsible for the collapse of the entire civilization. So much destruction, so many great lives lost. The guilt must have been unbearable. She did seem to love my father and our world, but ultimately she was an outsider whose ignorance of the Dunny became the catalyst for their demise. If I am able to rebuild our culture and in the process connect such weaknesses, then perhaps what she did was ultimately necessary in order that a new and stronger era of prosperity might someday come to pass. Okay, so this is now... We are now in 87 for this entry. 87, January 4th. We don't know whether or not they're using the same months. We can assume January, perhaps. But 87, so this is right into 87 though. 1, 4, is that a 4? Yes, 4. I have been increasingly beset by images from the past these last few weeks. As I stood in the schoolroom today, I was reminded of my own childhood, the years I spent in the Bookmakers Guild. Father's immense pride at each of my small accomplishments there. He was an important man in the Dunny world, but I cannot bear to think of him for long. It is too much. I was too young to see such things. Okay, so we're into the next month. I have her. Late last night, I received word that Catherine had been apprehended while attempting to persuade some of the villagers to join her. I lost a few men in the process, but I would have gladly paid 100 times that number for such a prize. She's been imprisoned in my old office, where I've been attempting to gain some insight as to the reason for her return. I've had to fight the all but constant impulse to put her on the gallows, as she has adopted the most infuriating stance of only answering my questions when she answers them at all in her native tongue. Even so, she is a poor liar. I am now certain that her return to Riven was unintentional, and that she brought no linking book with her. As far as her willingness to share with me the location of the Moieti, we shall see. Without their leader, however, they are once again powerless against me. If Catherine's coming here was indeed an accident, then Atris is bound to come for her. That is a given. The question I must now consider is, how will he attempt it? It is likely that his hesitation is due, at least in part, to this dilemma. One way or another, though, he'll have to bring a linking book to get back. There is no other way. This jumps from February to June. It's late, and I cannot sleep. I've lost so much in my life, my people, my father, my son, and you, my wife. Keda? You were the only true kindness I have ever known. Watching you flicker there in the imager, I sometimes wonder if you were real. If I could restore your life with my pen, I would do so in an instant and leave the rest of the world to their own wretched fate. Jumping from June, this is August. Damn these savages. I would be well advised to leave them all in the Fifth Age and begin again with a clean sheet of paper. A stranger has arrived on Riven. Okay, so this is present day. So this is 87 in August 1st. A stranger has arrived on Riven with a linking book to Dunny. And once again, my useless minion was overtaken by the rebels. From what little I could decipher of his muddled explanation, it apparently occurred sometime this morning. The cage mechanism has been damaged, but that is no matter. Everything I need is here now. Atris is certainly behind this, but why would he send someone else in his stead, and with a linking book no less? Surely he would have guessed that I would have been waiting for him. Such recklessness is unlike him. Could it be that he's had a change of heart toward me? That after all these years, he has finally decided to let his poor old father go? I know all too well where his loyalties lie. He is only after one thing. Perhaps this stranger should find her. For now, I need only to wait and observe. I'm beginning to think it was a mistake to allow the stranger to roam freely about the islands. In their ignorant probing, they attempted to power the damaged drawbridge from Temple Island, and the entire bridge collapsed. I mean, it's not our fault. We didn't know that. Shoddy craftsmanship. A trivial loss at this point, but it inks me all the same. Had I not yet managed to free myself from that crumbling age, it would have hampered my progress severely. But again, it is no matter now. The day will soon come when I will be done with Riven forever. This is the next day, August 2nd. Disconcerting news. Last night, a group of maintainers happened upon a lone rebel scout and were able to engage him long enough to learn of a most implausible device, a crystal window, supposedly capable of amending my linking books. Much the way that my own remarkable system does, but with one slight advantage. It is small and weighs only a few pounds, making it entirely portable. If this outlandish claim is true, then the artifact in question must be something that Catherine fabricated prior to her capture, no doubt from an explicit Dunny schematic she brought with her. If only I'd had access to such a document all these years. I mean, is that not it? We're talking about that stone with the cutout in it, right? That's how we got to Tay. The portent of this revelation is deeply troubling. Some years ago, the rebels managed to abscond with a dysfunctional linking book I'd intended to destroy. The book was never recovered, but once they had sufficiently atoned for this sacrilege, I graciously decided to let the matter slide, thinking that in their inept hands it could do me no harm. But if Catherine has indeed empowered them with such a device, the rebels may well have linked to another age. It also means that 233 is no longer safe. This cannot stand. The stranger is the key to all of this. Tracking their movements has given me a good idea of where this rebel linking book and the crystal may be hidden. But before I can deal with that, I must secure the linking book back to Dunny. Everything hinges upon that. If I regain access to my arsenal of resources there, I will happily leave the whole of Riven to its own dismal future. Does that imply that he does know where the Tay book is? Because unfortunately, it does have that cutout rock on top of it. They should probably have that in a separate place, I feel like. Okay, so the Imager codes. We got Kata, Father, Anna. That's it? Alright. Well, we can go look at those now. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, shoot. Is that the combination? That was so simple. Ding, 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 crick. Hold on, let me write that down. So it's only 4? Hold on, we'll play it again. I'm weirded out that it might be only 4. Here, let's listen to it one more time. Okay, no. It was 5. It was like a crick and then 3 dings. Okay. Okay. Catherine combo. Okay, so we should be able to go and free her now, but we should probably keep looking around this place before we get out of here. Let's go watch the Imager. The Imager. Anything else over here? What is this? Is this supposed to be... Oh, doggone it. What? I was gonna say, is that supposed to be like a step to get in and out of the bed? I'd want it to be bigger than that. I'm going to assume that's all that is. Okay, so if we want to look at his wife, it is 5. Now I wonder... Because that's a 2. But is it like the dates? I mean, they're separated, so I'm assuming they're not like the dates. So we'll assume it's just a 2, a 3, then a 2, 3, and a 5. So a 5, 2, 3, 2, 3, 5. Alright, let's watch the first one with her. Wait, wasn't this... This was already in place, so we would have had a freebie, wouldn't we? we would have had a freebie, but I didn't bother trying.
Tagamem, San Botegan Shem, Fasi.
How are they making these? How how are these being displayed, and how are they creating them? I just realized there's actually glass here. All right, so what did I say? 2, 3, and 2, 3, 5. Open. Open. This is gonna be his father. Wait, who's Anna? Is Anna his mother? Why would he write Anna? Ketta's his wife, right? Alright, anyway. Who's Anna? Should I know who Anna is?
Now, my turn. Want to record something so always you will remember. What is English for scramape? Scum from above. Your appearance should have inspired us to a better future. What does it mean for us as a people if we cannot embrace worlds outside our own? You were an angel from above. Always you will be my angel from above.
Okay. If this is his mother, why is he referring to her as Anna?
An angel. Your angel. An angel of death. The Denis Council knew it. They knew. If I hadn't tried to force my own ideals on your world, you would still be alive. You would still be alive. I wanted a life full of magic, full of books that bridged worlds, that lit up the darkness like stars. The possibilities were endless. It's just us now. You'll never have the life you should have had. somehow my love and compassion, it took that. I don't know how. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Again.
It was forming to be a tragedy. What? I mean, he mentioned his mother in the journal. Said something about leaving Atris with her. So he obviously didn't care for her enough to call her a mother anymore. Said something about Atris being poisoned. Where was that? Should have never left him with my mother. By the time I'd returned for him, he had already been poisoned, as to all thoughts of aiding me in my noble mission. Okay, so he blames his mother for all of Atris's doings. I guess it should have immediately made sense why he wasn't calling her mother in the book, but instead just called her Anna. So yeah, Anna's got to be his mom. Yeah, these two messages paint an interesting picture, both the one from his father and his mother. Watch the father one again after hearing all that from the mother.
Now, my turn. You want to record something so always you will remember. What is English for scramape? Scum from above. Your appearance should have inspired us to a better future. What does it mean for us as a people if we cannot embrace worlds outside our own? You were an angel from above. Always you will be my angel from above.
Yeah. So it's not so much that he even claims that she is the devil. She's even thinking that's the case as well. I kind of wish our character talked. I would like our character to talk to and ask Atris some follow-up questions. Okay. What did that do? I would have thought I would have unpowered the book, but the book still looks like it's powered. Although it's not giving me an option to click on it. I wonder if that's a bug. Maybe the image is supposed to turn off if you turn this off. Okay. So we have Catherine's... We have the combination for Catherine. So we need to do that. Let's make a new save. This one will be... What? Alright, well, we're at the max. We can only have 10 saves. Hopefully there's not a reason for us to go back to the beginning. That would be my only worry. Maybe we won't save. We won't save for now. Because we have the save from up here before we went down. Let's go outside. We need to find... He must have... When we transported to the fake Dunny... He must have taken the book and set it down somewhere. And then when he was convinced that we traveled there, he touched it and entered it. So where did he take the book? This place is crazy. Look at these crazy rocks. I thought these might have been trees when we first saw just the image in the book. Nope. They're crazy rocks. Crazy rocks, crazy mountains. The hell? Is this one of those flying manta rays? Was he cooking it? Was he cooking this thing? Oh my gosh. Why am I able to do this? I don't know. We can't take any of it, and we can't take it off. But we can rotate it, let it cook some more. Okay. These clean cuts. This is a bloody throne. Okay. Oh shoot, one of his books. What is this? Can we travel here? Ah shoot! What was that? What is the number on this book? I can't close it. Close the book. Yeah, what is the number on here? Oh, I can't tell. Yeah, what... Which one was this? We know that the one up there is 35, so we have 234 unaccounted for? 451? How are you getting 451 from this? I can't even... I can't read it. 451F. What are you talking about, Boats? What are you talking about? Can we open it from here? Oh, we could see it there. Let's see. Oh, I see. I see. Let's see. We need the screenshots. Yes, 451. Rather, should be F451, right? Let's see here. Where the heck is it? Oh, I got it. I got it. Let's see. This is 234. This is the one that was burned. Okay. So yeah, we're in 233 right now. He burned 234 and then he has 235 up there in the tower. Okay. It was working for a second. It looked cool. Do you think we could have clicked on it? If we had tried clicking on it fast enough, could we have traveled there? Oh, now I want to reload and see. Ugh. Dang this autosave. I have to go all the way back to this one. Alright, we're gonna make a new save. We're gonna have to save over some of these old ones. Hopefully we don't need to go back. Because the problem is until we actually look at the achievements, we're not gonna know. But I don't want to look at the achievements in case it spoils something. Because look at the time difference between these. We didn't make our first hard save, our first manual save until we got to the Jungle Island. And then the next one after that was not until 3 hours later. Alright, whatever. We're overwriting this one. I'm gonna load because I'm curious. I don't know if there was an option to do it. We're gonna load this one real quick. And we're gonna run out here. See if maybe we can click on it in time, because that'd be super cool, wouldn't it? If we were able to teleport over to the 234 before it flickers out, fizzes away. Let's see. Click, 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 click. I don't think it's working. That looks cool though. There's still a place there. Did we determine whether or not in the first game if a destroyed book destroys a realm or if it just destroys the way to the realm? Did we determine whether or not the brothers caused genocide on a bunch of different places? Alright, I'm gonna reload this. Alright, well, that didn't work. Did not work. Alright, well, I don't think there's anything left to do down here. At least not that I'm seeing. It's a dead end. Oh, we put the linking book in our pouch. Did I miss us picking it up? Wouldn't it have made sense to have found it like on the ground or the table or something? This is it right here, isn't it? Are we gonna be able to see him in there? Wait, can we... Hold on. Can we re-trap ourselves and release him? That's gotta be an ending, right? Let's try it. Let's try it. I've been looking for the damn the trap book this whole time, and it's been in our bloody satchel.
I don't know exactly why you released me, but you realize, of course, that this must be the end for you. It may provide you with some solace, however, to know that with this act of self-sacrifice, you have secured your place in history. The Dunny culture will be reborn, and the lives of millions will be purified. Thanks to you. Farewell.
Yeah, those are definitely two different things I would have changed. Are we not gonna get an achievement for that? Ah, come on. Well, we didn't get an achievement for it. I would have made it so that we would have had to have picked up the book. Maybe I missed it. It seemed like when he touched the book, we came out of the book, and then it just was in our satchel. Yeah, I would have had it be on the ground or a table or something that we would had to have picked up. The other change I would have made is that when we're opening the book and looking in the page, they should have had him talk to us through the book, or at least be able to see him there in the environment, you know? It seems odd that we couldn't see him. All right, so I don't know. I don't think we got an achievement for that ending. So maybe there's not achievements for every ending, because that was definitely an ending. Or at least it failed us and we went to the main menu. Oh yeah, what is this? We haven't done anything with this. Oh, I can actually turn it. What am I accomplishing? Oh, I'm doing something. It's a music player. Should I have wound it up more? It doesn't sound any different to me. What is this top thing doing? I'm so confused. That stopped it, but it was playing fine when it was out before. Alright, it's a music player. I don't understand the way it operates with this top part. But, alright, anyways. So yeah, I wonder... We can't take 235 with us. So I'm wondering if we can... do we need to get the stone that's used for the moiety and Tay and bring it back here so we can go into this book? Alright, it's either going on longer because I wound it way more this time, or it's playing a different tune because I have it clicked in. So help me if there's an achievement for sitting and listening to this song this whole time. I'm half expecting there's gonna be at least one achievement like we did in Rhyme, where we had to stand in the room for however long it was, like 30 seconds or a minute or something. Well, it ended. Those are the type of achievements we definitely need to look up and see what they are, because, yeah, I would have never gotten it if we hadn't, like, looked up and seen what the actual achievement was. Okay, so, who closed this door? Alright, so we're going to return. We need to free Catherine. We need to free Catherine. And then we need to signal Atris. Now, if there is a way to signal Atris without Catherine being present, we want to try to do that, because that's got to be an alternate ending. But I'm assuming we can find out how to do it. It's got to be related to that thing in the beginning, right? The, like the steam-powered contraption at the very, very beginning that we still haven't done anything with. Of course there is. Of course there is. But it's not the music box. I mean, we did listen to the... I think we listened to the whole song. Alright, so we need to get back to Catherine. So we gotta go back through the Starry Expanse. Alright, first things first, let's go ahead and try to free Catherine. Hopefully she has some answers as far as how to signal Atris, or maybe using that contraption at the beginning. Is it something I should know? Watch the fire marble polisher for 15 minutes in a single playthrough. Wait. Does that mean, like, I need to go and polish one of the marbles and stay there for 15 straight minutes? Or is it 15 cumulative minutes? I have no idea how long we watched it polish, but we did watch it polish for some time. 15 minutes is a long time. Yeah, if it's an accumulative amount of time, then maybe we don't have much longer to do. I don't know how long I was polishing it for. Open. Why aren't you opening? We could go do that now. We'll come back and... Well... We'll come back. We'll come back to it. Let's not do it right now. Especially if we have to wait 15 minutes. Come on. What is... That's a bloody endurance test achievement. What? What is this? I've already forgotten it again. There's no way we could be anywhere near 15 minutes. I feel like even if I ran I ran the thing in the middle of the room. The polisher. I don't know if I even realized that's what it was doing. I ran that a couple times, but there was no way we let it run for longer than like 5 minutes. So I feel like we'd still have to go and watch it another 10 minutes. And what does it count as watching it? Like literally watching it? Or can you just be in the room? Because if you have to literally watch it, we probably have a ton of time left on it. Like I ran it and we left it running in the room, but it's not like I was watching it the whole time. That's so much worse than the gas one from Rhyme. Cause yeah, I think the one in Rhyme it wasn't that long. It was just like 30 seconds or a minute or 2 minutes or something. I know it wasn't super long. This is the prison, right? I think it's the prison. Oh gosh, I should double check. I'd lose my mind if it wasn't. It's not the prison. Okay. Is it the temple? Alright, where's the prison? There's the prison. Yeah, shoot, man. If we had known that we needed to look at that bloody thing for 15 minutes, we could have gone there, and while we were reading our notes and stuff, we could have easily gotten it. Is there any other crazy achievements like that one? Alright. I don't even have to look at the notes. This was pretty easy. Alright, so that's gonna reset it. Which one's which? Oh. Which one's the ding? Ah, dang it. 50-50 and I messed up. Is there any achievements where we have to replay the entire game? Catherine.
We have to move quickly. Gen's people may already know what's happening. Once we're back with the moiety, we'll have time to regroup. Can I see the book?
The trap book?
You did it. You captured Gen. We're all free. But there's still his followers. I'm not sure what they'll do once they realize he's gone. I have to get the villagers to safety as soon as possible. And you? You go back to where you first arrived and reopen the fissure. I know. It's risky.
Okay.
But it's the only way to signal Atris. I'll try to make it back there as soon as possible, but don't wait for me. Oh, and don't forget the combination in my journal. You'll need it.
Yay, we free Catherine. So nothing we can click on in here? I just realized we don't have a reflection. This could have been the one time we could finally see what we looked like. They didn't give us a reflection. I don't think we exist. All right. Well. We did not read any of this. I thought it was just the one page. So the combination's been in here the whole time? Yeah, we didn't read any of this. Okay. Is there... Can we go back to Tay? I didn't really think about it until now. Oh, that's a great idea. That is such a great idea. Yeah, let's go to the Polisher and read the journal. Wait, how do we... This thing's broken. Come back. Is it gonna come back? Is it coming back? Oh, okay, good. If we were trapped in her prison, it would be terrible. Alright, so we want to go back to... It is upright, isn't it? There we go. Going back to... Boiler Island. Hopefully this works. Will having the journal in front of our face negate us technically watching it polish? Alright, what's boiler? You'd think I'd have these memorized by now. Boiler, boiler, boiler. Single line. It's not like I keep using it over and over again or anything. Alright. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Yeah, it's gotta be that you have to be looking at it. Because we spent, you know, we set it off and then we spent time reading journals. So it can't be that you just can be in the room while it's polishing. I'm assuming you need to be looking towards it. So hopefully, Bose, this is a good idea and we can just start polishing it, and as long as our camera is facing towards it, we can still read the journal. Problem is that, oh shoot, I just realized you look down to get the access to the journal, so this might not work. I don't think this is gonna work, because, yeah, I have to do this. Oh, okay, I look up. Okay, so hopefully this works. Since I'm sort of looking at it. Maybe if we put it in the corner of our eye, maybe that'll work. So if we're like this, then I'll have it off to the right side. Let's try this. Look, we can see it. It's polishing. Okay. I thought this was just a note hidden in a fake book, a fake journal. I didn't realize we actually had access to her journal. Like it was hidden. Where's my mouse? I don't have my mouse. Where's my mouse? Alright, my mouse is invisible, but it's there. Ah, shoot. I don't know why it's invisible. Alright, it's been 1 week since I linked to Riven, and I'm still reeling from the changes I've witnessed. Even before my eyes... Oh no, now I'm paranoid, because we're not looking at the ball. Ball over on the side. There, better. It's been 1 week since I linked to Riven, and I'm still reeling from the changes I've witnessed. Even before my eyes could adjust, the smell of my homeland embraced me. The sweet salt air was instantly familiar, but the scene that soon resolved was not. As I stood there struggling to make sense of what I was seeing, a violent clang sounded and bars appeared before me. It was then that I must have been darted, for my memory after is cloudy. A Rivenese man, shabbily dressed in militaristic attire, was shouting something at me. He seemed to be attempting to speak Dunny, but his grasp of the language was so poor that I could not make out his words. And then the world went dark. Many voices passed until, at last, I awoke to a familiar face. Eddie. Eddie? After all this time, she's still as warm and kind as ever. think it's Itai? Eddie? We're gonna call her Eddie. And yet, the years have clearly wounded her, as they've wounded everyone whose world became a prison when Gen was trapped here. Everything is tinged with pain and loss, even Eddie's bright smile, though she does her best to hide it. A desperate urgency squelched my unuttered fears, seethes beneath her cordial veneer. When Atris and I left Gen here all those years ago, I was haunted by visions of what had become of my people and how they might have come to suffer under his rule. But the injustices I imagined were nothing compared to the atrocities that have actually come to pass. The following is a chronicle of what I have learned, a record of all that has happened, should I no longer be here to tell it. The Moiety, it seems the confrontation that led to Gen's entrapment on Riven was witnessed by some of the Rivenese, but their interpretation of the event was skewed, no doubt due to Gen's overinflated view of himself. Atris and I had hoped that stripping him of his ability to link to other worlds might lead people to conclude that his claims of godhood were false. But appears the opposite has come to pass. If Gen was a god, and we had vanquished him, then we must be greater gods. It was thus assumed that my absence was only temporary, and that I would surely return one day to set the world right again. Thus, the Moiety, the name they adopted after Gen's disparaging use of the term, were born, sworn enemies of Gen and devotees of me. I had no inkling of this misconception about myself until 2 days ago, though in hindsight it makes perfect sense, given the way I've been treated. For their part, they naturally assumed an omniscient deity might, an omniscient? Am I saying that right? An omniscient, not omniscient. An omniscient deity might be well aware of their own divine status, so there was no need to inform me. I only finally pieced it together during a recent underground gathering where they reenacted their version of the story of my life, a riveting tale that culminated with the confrontation between Atris, myself, and Gen at the edge of the fissure. The events had been exaggerated to such grandiose proportions that I found it hard at times to suppress my laughter, and yet this myth has also given them the courage to stand against Gen, and the hope that they might someday be delivered from the relentless inhumanities of his authoritarian rule. Even so, the fact that I am the one who has been cast as their savior, an omnipotent being who would one day return to Riven, overthrow Gen, and lead them to a new paradise, is deeply unsettling. I would do anything to free my people from this hellish existence, but I am not who they think I am. How, though, can I dissuade them from this notion without also crushing their hopes? As Gen's power grew, so did the Moiety, and in order to evade his persecution, for he would wipe them all out in an instant if he could, they had to become more and more adept at concealing themselves. They make use of a network of caves that so far he has failed to discover, but I fear it's only a matter of time before they're found out. Three Bolu must be lit. Secret passage to the rebel linking room. Say what now? That's not where we linked there. Is there another passageway? Further jeopardizing their existence is the fact that the Moiety absolutely refuse to sever their ties with those who have sided with Gen. The two factions thus live together in surprising harmony, their overarching sense of cultural unity appearing to outweigh the schism, at least for now. Schism? I heard today that Father and Enant were inducted into Gen's labor force. I so longed to see them, but a dimness shrouded Eddie's face so abruptly when I asked for them that it left me hesitant to press the matter further. I must know the truth eventually, but I fear the news will not be good. From the moment of their inception, the Moiety have sought to disrupt Gen's plans at every turn, sabotaging his construction, stealing from his precious stockpiles, and keeping an ever-watchful eye on his every move. They shroud themselves with dark coverings and delight in the fact that their enemies are often frightened by their wraith-like appearance and their almost perpetual preternatural? Say what now? Preternatural. Preternatural. What is beyond normal or natural? Preternatural ability to wreak havoc without detection or consequence. Oh no. Well, we still haven't gotten it yet. I'm wondering if looking at the book is disrupting this. It was in the course of one of these forays that I was fortuitously rescued when I first linked to Riven. I shudder to think what might have become of me had that scout not been there to intervene. Gen will certainly be hunting for me now, no doubt. Doggone it. Why can't we see our mouse while we're right here? Gen will certainly be hunting for me now, no doubt furious at his guard's failure to detain me. He must be even angrier, though, at the loss of the linking book he surely assumes I brought with me. That I was deceived into linking into Riven without a way back is a bitter yet fortunate fact, for it may well have meant the death of us all had a path back to Dunny fallen into his destructive hands. When he finally discovers that I came here empty-handed, he'll be angrier still. That is some consolation, at least. I have glimpsed the final breath of a dying age. A tiny blade cuts the void. The white hole divided again and again, dipped in black. The nib dries red, the art of genocide. Today I ventured above ground to see for myself what has become of the island. I hoped it wouldn't be as bad as the Moiety had reported. It was worse. Having lived with it for so long, the Rivenese have become inured into the steady decay around them. But I was devastated. As we wound our way through the underground, I found myself once again breathing in my youth. The ocean air transporting me back in a matter of seconds, but as my eyes again took hold, the warmth of those memories vanished, and I was left with nothing but numbness. We had reached a bluff that had not been there the last time I visited my home. Riven, which was once one island, has split into 5 distinct pieces that have since drifted apart at an astonishing rate. 4 of these have been claimed by Gen as his exclusive domain. Only those who have sworn their loyalty to him are ever allowed to access them. From my vantage point at the edge of the trees, I could see 3 of them, now blighted with Gen's monomaniacal constructions. These islands are closely guarded and pose great personal risk to the Moiety, though that hasn't kept them from doing whatever they can to thwart Gen's endeavors there. The 4th island I could not see, as it has crept away to some distance and now lies concealed by fog. Moiety said that Gen originally governed from this small island, living and working in a protected space he built for himself atop the stump that remains where the great tree used to stand. The only surviving forest is located here on the largest island, where the village also remains. This island was ostensibly intended to be the province of the people, but it too has been irrevocably marred by Gen's oppressive intrusions. Words fall, brittle brown leaves, masquerading as green, should never have held lives both bloomed and yet unseeded. I feel nothing today. I am an outcast among outcasts. The diaspora of a dying world. Despite my repeated protestations that Moiety continued to treat me differently, their desperate need precluding any dissuasion from the belief that I am some sort of messiah come to save them. They misconstrue my every move as validation of their faith, whispering of how I walked the island bold and unafraid, mistaking my outrage at the island's devastation for bravery. But I am afraid, for I know something that the Moiety do not. The underlying reason for the island's accelerated decay. Gen wrote this world, and so it will fail, as all of Gen's ages ultimately fail. I don't think this is working. It's either that or it's the angle which I'm looking at it, or reading this journal is... Because we've definitely been looking at this thing for 15 minutes now, haven't we? Maybe it popped and I didn't notice it. Let's see. Oh, we did get it. It popped and we didn't notice. It popped 5 minutes ago. Okay, we got it. The Watcher. Watch the Fire Marble Polisher for 15 minutes in single play there. Alright, we got it. Cool. Excellent. It worked. It worked, Bose. That was an excellent idea. Alright, let's keep reading. Still don't have my mouse pointer. No one watches The Watcher. No. Well, apparently everybody's watching me. For as inhabited as this place is supposedly, the only time we've really seen anybody is over in Tay. Like, where is all of Gen's men? We saw... Was it just a coincidence? And we did look in the camera the one time, and it looked like there was another one of his men hovering around the cage. But yeah, otherwise, all the people that we've been really realistically aware of have been in Tay. But I guess there could be a bunch of people in the village. We saw the one that freaked us out. Nobody else, though. I must make the Moiety understand this, but I cannot talk to Eddie. There were brief moments soon after my arrival when my divine status was forgotten and I was simply Catherine again? Oh! He wasn't writing Catherine. Her original name is Catherine. That's what he had been writing. Soon after my arrival, when my divine status was forgotten, I was simply Catherine again. But they are almost non-existent now. I'm assuming that's what she's saying? I was simply Catherine again? There is one person, however, who seems immune to these fallacious notions. Nella. Her gaze has never faltered. Whenever I've dazed or dared hint at the uncomfortable truth, I feel I could trust her to bear the full brunt of it. Is Katrin like her Rivenese name? Why did she change her name to Catherine? If that... Now I need more information. For all I know, we've gotten it, and I'm just not remembering it. Genn is making books. How did I not know this until now? Atreus and I knew he would likely attempt it, as he has adopted the paranoid practice of writing all of the necessary materials into his ages. He's been exploiting the natural resources and the people of Riven as fodder for his mad pursuit to further his colonialist ideals. Thankfully, it sounds as if he has not yet succeeded. As painful as it's been, the fact that I've returned to Riven at this crucial juncture is fortuitous. The age is crumbling, my people are suffering, and if Genn succeeds in securing his freedom, other worlds will suffer the same. The Moieti are looking to me. Oh, bloody hell. That means my mouse pointer went off that page, I'm assuming. The Moieti are looking to me. I may only be mortal, but I have to do something. Okay, so here's the contraption. It's been... what does that say before long? Is that supposed to say... It's been a something long time. I don't know what that... It looks like a squiggle. We'll just assume it says very. It's been a very long time since my last entry. There is much to tell. Somebody figures out what that squiggle is, tell me. It was hard to recognize, but I found the Star Fissure. It is located on what Genn refers to as his Temple Island, though the Moieti prefer to use the Rivenese word Alapo, which means water pool. They've thus taken to referring to the void itself as Alaturin, Pool of Stars. It is the very fissure that allowed Atreus and me to escape this age without leaving a linking book behind us, though it has since been sealed with a skin of heavy iron. So it was stars that we were seeing in there. I couldn't tell. When we first peered inside of it, I was like, oh, it looks like stars, but then I wasn't sure if it was just like smudges on the lenses. Several derelict devices from that time remain mounted to its surface, including a hatch with a windowed viewport, a large telescope, and the mechanical lift that was used to install it, the combination to which was acquired by the Moieti long ago. What if we didn't know this number system? Why wouldn't she... She was there with us. Why wouldn't she make sure that we knew what these numbers were first? I mean, I know it's a game, and it's another puzzle, technically speaking, but it's really weird that Catherine wouldn't make sure you knew what these numbers meant before leaving. Alright, I'm the early... Because I'm assuming... How many numbers is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's 10 numbers. But the numbers that we're going to be putting in are dunny numbers. Yeah, and that makes it... Actually, that kind of makes it a little confusing, too, that she would write it. The combination to which was acquired by the Moieti long ago. Since you don't put in Moieti numbers into the contraption, why would you write it in Moieti numbers? That's a little confusing too. Maybe that just feels natural for her, but yet she's also writing in English. I don't know. In the early days, the Moieti briefly considered reopening the fissure. Thankfully, they decided against it. Had they attempted it back then, the results might well have been catastrophic. Were they to do so today, it would certainly mean the end of Riven. I am told that in the days immediately following Gen's confinement on Riven, he attempted to determine the feasibility of navigating the stars beneath the fissure. For he had seen the missed book fall from Atreus' hands into that very same space. To this end, he sacrificed several poor souls, alleged transgressors of the law, by throwing them into the hatch so he could observe their fate. It is said that they did not die, but what becomes of them remains a mystery, and that original Fissure is no longer alone. New ruptures have appeared in recent years at various locations around the islands. In some instances, the Moiety were able to glimpse the breaches before Gen and his minions moved in to contain them. Their descriptions support my suspicion that the forces that are tearing Riven apart are more than merely geological. More troubling, however, is that Gen is not simply containing these rifts, but is somehow using them to travel between the islands, and that he has also reportedly devised a way to harvest the energies from the expanse for some as yet unknown purpose. How like him to wantonly exploit for his own selfish gain that which he does not understand. The starfield beneath the fissure is not as it seems. It is a gentle space, as hospitable to life as a flowing river. That is how Atreus described his brief time within the expanse before he linked out, leaving his missed book adrift within it. He was never able to conclude upon its nature, but I cannot help but feel that there must be some greater pneuma behind it. Pneuma? Pneuma. It's the Greek word for air in motion, breath, or spirit. Sure. Something I should have mentioned earlier. One of the colossal blades that appeared in the course of our escape from Riven, the great dagger that stands at one end of the fissure, has been adopted by the Moiety as the emblem of their struggle. They have their own explanation as how it came to be, of course, but their choice is more apt than they know, as that dagger, along with the other blades, was a manifestation of my rage at the desecration that Gen had already wrought upon my world. I haven't told the Moiety that I wrote it into this age, as I fear that would only fuel their overestimation of me, but I can't deny it pleases me to have inadvertently provided them with such a fitting symbol for their cause. My limited encounters with Gen's followers have been discouraging. Whenever I have attempted to engage them, they've fled from me. I've heard an interesting tale from the Moiety last night, which may help to explain this. Soon after we trapped Gen on Riven, he claimed that it was he who had been responsible for the Great Blades, summoning them as a preemptively punitive reminder of the obeisance? Obeisance? Obeisance. Obeisance. Differential respect. I'm learning all sorts of new words. New words for me. If these are common words. I'm sorry. I don't use some of these words in everyday conversation. But maybe I shall start. Obeisance. Differential respect. Them as a preemptively punitive reminder of the obeisance he expected. In the village circles, it is told that this act marked the beginning of a period of restitution, at the end of which, provided they had proven their devotion to him, they would be delivered unto a new and better existence. I will continue my attempts to intervene on their behalf. The cage has finally failed. Genn is free. My sources have confirmed that Genn has managed to create a functional linking book. In fact, he had done so before my arrival, but kept his accomplishment so well hidden that only his closest acolytes were aware of it. I'm keeping with his callous regard for the worlds he creates. He has simply named this age 233. It is not yet known whether he has written others. I have also just learned that years ago, a Moieti scout managed to steal a book that was an early failure that Genn had intended to destroy. It was largely complete, but did not work. I wasn't told about it until now because they thought it was useless. Genn struggled for decades, but he could never get a conventional linking book to work. Then one day he began construction on a cumbersome mechanical solution, a complex array of devices designed to harness the energies of the starry expanse and use them to suppress his book's inherent flaws. The design phase was chaotic and often dangerous. The Moieti tell of tremendous explosions as Genn sought to contain and wield forces that he knew little to nothing about. But he is nothing if not determined, and eventually he was able to use this enormous crutch to link to another age. I can't deny his brilliance, but it is an abominable solution, brutish and overwrought, and all but entirely unnecessary. I have studied the partially burned book that Moieti took from him. Although he sought retribution for the affront, he appears to have been otherwise untroubled by the theft, no doubt assuming the book would be useless in the Moieti's hands. But I can see what they could not. The book may yet be salvageable. The age the book describes is wholly unsuitable as a home for the Moieti, but I think it can be modified. I will dream. Okay, so the giant tree structure that we saw in Tay, I'm assuming that was like the great tree she described that used to be on the prison island. Because it did. It has a similar giant stump, doesn't it? I have nearly finished writing the Moieti's Age. The world as described is harsher and more desolate than they are used to, but they should be able to sustain themselves there. But we'll need a second book. Genn has been spending most of his time on 233 lately, so the danger is less, but getting into his lab will still be difficult. The coming collapse waits the air, blurring my vision both day and night. We must act soon. Success! We have secured a second book, though I worry now that Genn will miss it and deduce our plans before we're ready. The descriptive book I've prepared as a refuge for the rebels is useless unless I can find a way to correct its inherent flaws. Genn's massive machine mainly functions to manipulate the energies within the expanse. It serves its purpose, but its excess seems unwarranted. The Rivenese have long used crystalline substrates as an elegant means to manipulate light, if I could just find the right material. Last night's dreams have delivered me a perilous plan. I will write this substance into the new Moieti Age. She's making Genn look like a chump. If we could temporarily access Genn's apparatus, we could use our book to link to this new age and search for the crystal. Someone would then have to carry the book back to safety once the link was made. If it fell into Genn's hands, all would be lost. When Genn links to 233, one of his acolytes always remains to shut down the device. We'll have to get to him before he can do so. which means we'll only have one chance before they're alerted to our presence. Everything is ready. I have written the material into the new age and have prepared the second linking book as a return path to Riven. Of course, it too suffers from the same deficiencies as all of Gen's books, so it won't work unless it's augmented. Once I'm in the new age, I'll have to locate the crystal and adapt it to heal the gateway image, which should render the book functional. I can then use the second linking book to return to Riven with more of this material. It's risky, but if it all goes well, the Moieti and any others we can convince to join them will finally have an escape. I can't help but laugh at the absurdity of this plan. I sound like Atreus. Should I fail to return, it will likely mean the end of my life. But my only real fear is for my people. Everyone assures me that they have complete faith that I will accomplish my task and lead them to a better world. That's the fulfillment of the prophecy after all. But underneath, they are just as tense and fearful as I am. What will become of them if I do not return? Will they perish here on Riven, or attempt to follow me through this new book to an unknown fate? I don't know what to tell them. Against all odds, it is done. We have already evacuated most of our members to this new age, which the Moieti have named Te. The world is more beautiful than I'd anticipated, so I am pleased. The Rivenese have been liberated at last. They stand beneath the open sky, unafraid, dazzled by their freedom. They are happy. Okay, well, so they're basically saying that they're moving around, but where's his people? And I guess some of them were not convinced to come along, at least as evidenced of the one person that answered their door when we knocked on it. But there's still much to be done. The age is still vulnerable. The only way to completely protect it from Gen is to destroy the books once everyone is safely in Te. I'm hesitant to bring this up with the Moieti until they've had a chance to acclimate themselves to the new world, as it would mean they would be forever exiled from the only home they've ever known. Nor am I eager to sever my own connection and my only path back to my life. We got an achievement. Finish reading every journal. Well, that's good to know, that we've read all the material. The game just gave a heads up that there's no more to read, apparently. At least no more journals to read. My only path back to my life and family on Mist, but for the greater good, it must be done. For the moment, we're safe, but our activities could arouse Gen's suspicions at any moment. We cannot delay. I will return to Riven tomorrow to resume my attempts to persuade the remaining holdouts to join the others in Te. For now, though, I must rest. All right. Shoot. Let me take a picture of screenshots of some of these. That was a long read. Okay, so we need to translate this so we can figure out what numbers to put. Let's see if I can remember without looking at our notes. Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's 5. No, I've skipped ahead. That's not 5. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's 8. And then the second number 7. So 8, 7, 8. And then that is 4, I think. And that is 6. 8, 7, 8, 4, 6. I'm gonna write this down to see if I can do it from memory. This one's a little easier. Once you know the pattern, it's easier to do than the dunny numbers. All right. Did I take a screenshot? Okay. Actually, let's keep going up. Let me get screenshots of this. I think I know where that is. That is not the initial room, though. And it's definitely not the one secret passage that we took. Right? Three Bolu must be lit. Yeah, I think this is implying that there's more than one. We should go take a look. See. I mean, we don't have to do that now. We can do that later. But it does mean that there's a... I would think that would imply that there's a possibility that we could have gotten... We might have been able to get access to that chamber prior to accessing that, like... What was it? A prison room? Where we first saw the other... Moiety, the Ribbonese person. All right, what am I doing? Where are we going? Okay, so we have the number, so we can head back to Temple Island. Oh, is the fastest way to Temple Island through the Expanse? I'm so tired of going through the Expanse. I don't want to go to I don't want to go through the Expanse. I hate the Expanse. You know what? Screw it. Let's go see if we can spot that. Cause yeah, this takes us back to the jungle down here. And then we can go from the jungle over to the Temple Island. Actually, can I get back there from here? Is the cart over here? What if I don't have the cart? I don't know if I can get to the jungle from here now that I say that. Because, yeah, I don't think the cart's here. Is there any... Can we call the cart back? Let's see. It is. I guess that's how we dump wood. I don't think I can call it back. Duck on it. Dang it. The only way we can get back. I think we have to go through the Expanse. We have no choice. Does it auto-save whenever I pause? I can't decide if that is a convenient autosave feature or a slightly annoying autosave feature. My preference when it comes to autosaves in games is there should be at least 5 autosave slots. 5 autosave slots so you can go back if you need to. Having it autosave whenever you pause is a little strange, but that's totally what it's doing. Every time you pause, it autosaves. I guess that's good to know. You just have to hit pause if you want it to save. Am I already forgetting it? Is it upright? Not sideways? Like, the starry expanse is turning out to be the the shortcut that we theorized it would be, but it's such a boring method of travel. It not only takes so long to travel between sphere and expanse, and then expanse to sphere, but it's just such an uneventful thing. The game is so beautiful that I would rather just travel through the islands at this point. Which I guess you could argue a case that this could be considered beautiful too. But I gotta say, I don't think it is. The clouds kind of take away from the star backdrop, and then the star backdrop seems like just a matte drawing. It doesn't actually seem like stars. So I find it very boring to travel through here. Ah, there's that water one. I like that detail. It's like different worlds. Like we might be glimpsing into another world through the expanse. Oh, which one's doing that now? That one. Is that a reference? Is that a reference to Myst? Each of those? It might be. Alright, where are we going? Temple Island. Oh, I don't want to go back to Temple Island. We have to do the rotating room if we go back to Temple Island. Alright, screw it. We're going to the jungle. Which one's the jungle? Jungle is the slit open eyeball one. We're going to go see if we can look at what I was trying to look at before. And then, where is the Temple Island? Where is the jungle, I mean? It's not that. Blarg. Where is the jungle? I'm hearing something new. I'm hearing a new one. Where's the one I'm hearing? There's so many crazy sounds here. This is the jungle, right? Hopefully this is the jungle. So we're going to the jungle. Like, are those the same sound effects from Myst in the One Realm? Where you had to listen to the different sounds to open the door? Well, shoot, at this rate, we might have to save the trophies for another stream. Just doing the ending is taking us quite a while. How do I call this? How do I call this elevator? Can I climb down? Oh, there's a button right here. We could totally have climbed down that. It looks like it even has like a ladder that we can climb down. Well, this is the room I was thinking of. Here, let me look at the journal entry. Um. Okay, we can manipulate these. So there's 9. Corner, 1 off. Hey, we got an achievement. No clothes. What? What? Oh, this would have been so much more convenient. This would have been so much better. That's so crazy. So yeah, if we had just tried to move it back. Gosh, there's so many things like that in this game. All we had to do was try to move it back and we would have seen this. Although, would we have been able to get out? Maybe not. Oh, no, there's a latch here. Yeah, we can. Is there any reason to go... Can we go back to Tay? That's something we talked about earlier in the stream, is that we never tried going back to Tay. Is there any reason to go back to Tay? Before we open the fissure? Alright, we can. Gosh, I've been playing for so long. And, of course, another good, friendly reminder. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. Do very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't think we can get back over there, and that's unfortunate. Let's see. So we can return, but all we can do is return and look at it. We can't go back inside. Well, that's disappointing. All right. Well. Did not need to do that. But it's a good thing we came over here anyways. We were going to have to come over here at some point, I guess. If we were wanting to get that achievement. All right. Let's head back to the Temple Island. Oh, look at that. And it had a little blade stuck in it, too. I feel like I remembered noticing that blade. Possibly? And I didn't think anything of it. It was worth it. It was worth it. Save us from going through the Starry Expanse again and rotating this bloody room again. Okay, so we just need the number combo, which we are going to see. Okay, so oh, bloody hell. Where's the screenshot that I have of it? All right, let's see. Let's see if I'm right. And the only part that I might not be right about is the rotation on 4 through 6, but I think no. These have got to be 6s right here, right? Okay, so all right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then that should be 8, 7, 8, 4, 6, 4, 6, 8, 6. 1, 5, 2. Does that look right? Does that look right? Let's find out. Let's find out. Well, now we need to translate them to Dunny. Now we need to translate them to Dunny. Okay. Oops. 8, 7, 8, 4, 6, 8, 6, 1, 5, 2. I mean, the funny thing is that these are in order. So even if you didn't know them, this is a great place to learn the numbers. As long as you know which one is, you know? Uh, 8, 7, 8, 4, 6, 8. Six, 1, 5, 2. Yay! That did something. Can I rotate this now? Wait, what was this thing doing? I don't know. Oh, it's rotating the direction it can go. Okay. So wait. Okay. This thing's heavy. Or maybe I should have unbolted it first? What is happening? What did I do? Uh-oh. Did I skip a step? Did I just break it? Oh my gosh. Oh, shoot. I think I've destroyed Riven. I can't move. I'm stuck. Oh, Atris. Please tell me this is what we needed to do.
There isn't much time. Where's Catherine? Where's the book? I don't understand.
Atris!
She's right there.
The villagers are safely in the Rebel Age. I thank you.
As do I. You've accomplished more than I could have hoped for. You've given me back my life. The path home is now clear for all of us.
I feel like we probably should have made more certain that she did that before actually doing it. Like, wouldn't it have made sense for us to meet up with her and then do this? So she could tell us beforehand?
This is where our paths must part. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. You know where to find me.
What? Should I go first?
Bye, my friend.
What about me? Where am I going? What? Why wouldn't you give us a choice to go to Dunny with you guys? Also, how are they supposed to know that this is going to return us? Right?
Now I understand. Endings and beginnings are within the fissure. That riven cleft of stars that acts as both a wall and a bridge. And though I'm unable to understand how, the very flow of stars that brought my mist book into worthy hands, I am sure served as a safe passage home for my friend. The age of Riven has come to a close.
As long as he's sure.
The people of Riven are free. And now I am at rest, understanding that in books and ages and life, the ending can never truly be written.
It doesn't feel like we're returning anywhere very quickly. I'd be having a panic attack right now if I was drifting off into this expanse. Okay. Why aren't we getting any credits? Did we get credits the first time, the first ending we ended up doing? The one where we trapped ourselves in Tay? Did we get an achievement for that? I'm assuming that's got... Yeah, the path home is now clear. That's got to be the good ending, right? Is that the best you can do ending? It's got to be. All right, we're actually not far off from the maximum achievements. We actually filled out a lot of achievements. Okay, so yeah, this was our first ending. It gave us the, in quote, ending achievement, complete Riven, when we trapped ourselves in the trap book. Alright, so yeah, what achievements are left? Subject, welcome back. Happy Friday. Alright, so let's look at what we need to do then. That was a little anticlimactic. So we drifted off into the cosmos, into the expanse, presumably, hopefully, being sent home from where we first picked up the Mist book. But it kind of leaves a lot to be certain. Not to mention there is several other games in the series, isn't there? So it makes me wonder if we don't end up returning home as we drift off into space. Alright, let's look at these achievements. We did 3 different endings. None of them I would consider anywhere near as sinister as the alternate endings that are in Myst. We had 2 really bad endings. We had a depressing ending, and then we had a good ending, if I'm remembering Myst correctly. This one we had, like, they felt almost like accidental mistake endings. They didn't feel as bad. Okay. Alright, so one of achievements is discover the fate of Gen's man. Is that the guy that we saw in the beginning that took our book? Because we did see him through a camera at one point. But yeah, I don't think we ever saw him past that point. Um, I think you have to play with somebody else, subject. I don't see how you could I don't see how you could possibly play it by yourself. Like all of the puzzles in that game require two people. The only way that they could possibly make that game single player is they would have had to have made really, really good AI to play the other character. It is great though. Find someone to play with. It is so freaking good. Um, It Takes Two and um, what's the other game that they made about the two guys escaping prison? I don't remember what it's called, but it's also good. And I've heard their latest game, Split Fiction, is also supposed to be excellent, which I am going to be starting Split Fiction very soon. A Way Out. I think it's A Way Out. Is it No Way Out? Yes, but that's it though. Way Out, No Way Out, A Way Out. That's the one. It's really, really good. That one's great. It Takes Two is great. Both of them are two of my favorite games of all time. They're so good. Especially It Takes Two though. It Takes Two was such a wonderful experience. I want to go back and play it again with Cleo because we never got all the achievements in It Takes Two. uh, Anybody, find anybody, subject. Well, yeah, Split Fiction has one of the highest ratings on Steam right now. I'm really looking forward to it. We picked it up, uh, and yeah, we're gonna be starting that soon. If not by the end of the month here, um, probably by the beginning of December at least. We'll be starting Split Fiction. You'll find somebody. Animal Instincts, Anger the Wark. Oh, the Wark. Why did I say work? Perhaps it would be best immediately acquiesce the Gen's command. Oh, bloody hell. Is this achievement? We have to click on the book immediately. So if we're going to get this one, we have to make sure that I disable my controller. Oh, we got to sit through his entire speech again. That's got to be it. Gen's command? Yeah, that has to be it. Summon Atris prematurely. That was one of the ones that we predicted. I forgot. So yeah, that's definitely another alternate ending. So we need to call him prior to freeing her, right? Suffer Gen's wrath? How do we do that? And then not the way you remember it. Recall a specific Moiety code. Okay, some of these we're going to have to look up. Some of these we're going to have to look up. I love that the rarest one is that watching the fire marble polisher. Thank goodness we had a journal that we were able to read, so we weren't just sitting there watching it for 15 minutes. Okay, I don't know what... Yeah, we're going to have to look up some of this stuff. I don't know. Bose, do you want to do the honors on looking some of these up? Some of these we can already go ahead and do. I don't know how to discover the fate of Gen's man. Makes me wonder if he dies and we have to find his body somewhere. Immediately if we follow Gen's command immediately, so we just have to reload. Summon Atris prematurely, we can do real quick too. And I'm not sure about these two. Maybe we're just supposed to piss him off? Maybe if we just never touch the book? All right, first things first. Actually, let's do... What's our last saves? So this save would have been prior to us freeing her. So we could do the summon Atris prematurely on this one. So let's go do that. Let's try to summon Atris early and get that alternate ending. So if we're just on Riven and then we trap ourselves, that'll piss them off too. That sounds way easier. We should do that. So we could have gotten the achievement by just ignoring him, like I suggested. Just keep ignoring him every time he offers the book. What's funny is we probably would have gotten that if I hadn't tried turning my controller off. Okay, so we need to get back to oh, let's take the bloody expanse, and then we're gonna have to, at least we don't have to, no, we still have to rotate the room. That sucks. So we're gonna take the expanse back to Temple Island, but we still need to rotate the room to get away from it. Bloody hell. Let me out. Let me out. This is too precise. Come on, man. This is why I am believing that they designed this game from the ground up for VR. The fact that you can't click on this door like any other game and it would open it, you have to specifically click the door handle. There's a lot about this game that says to me that I think they designed this with VR in mind specifically. And I do want to play it in VR. I really, really want to play this in VR. This could easily be one of the best looking VR games, assuming that I can run it okay. It's hard to say if my theory is right about these floating balls. One of them, you hear birds and trickling water, like you're hearing a creek, an outdoor area. I'm trying to remember what the sound effects were. I know there was like rushing wind was one of them. You had the sound of water. You had this like vibration sound from like the crystal. Alright, anyways. Temple. There be the temple. See what I mean? There's some wind sound effects right there. Oh, and we're hearing running water in that one too. I don't know. I don't know. Phantom, did you see that they just announced Yote's New Game Plus? It's coming out right around the corner. What a strange coincidence. I said, like, if New Game Plus comes out, we'll probably go ahead and play it. Yeah, it's coming, and like, it's immediately coming out. Crazy. Alright, so we are going to call Atris right now. As far as I'm aware, at this point, we have not freed Catherine, right? So this should work. What about the other ones, Bose? What about the other ones? Here, we'll look at them in a second. Let's go ahead and get this one. Okay. Eight. 7. 8, 4, 6, 8. Six 152. 6152. Oh, I see. The wark. Yeah, the big fish. How funny. I wonder how many times you have to press it. Because we pressed it a few times. I think we pressed it like 3 times. I guess that didn't piss him off enough. Maybe even 4 times. You must have to press it a lot. I'm surprised we didn't get that. So what? He gets annoyed that you keep calling him over? Is that the idea? That's so silly. I mean, is he just annoyed by the, Is he annoyed by the red light? Because that's all we were doing, right? We were just turning the red light on. He could have ignored it. No. Duck got it. Oh, Atris is gonna be so pissed.
Where's Catherine?
Ah! What the hell? How'd you reach inside of our body?
I don't understand. You've captured Gen, but why did you signal me?
Oh shoot, yeah, we could have called him without
left.
capturing Gen, too, for that
Cage is
matter.
collapsing. I have to find Catherine. Your way is clear. You're free to go home. Farewell.
Maybe that's what we have to do. Maybe we have to call him before Gen. He actually took that really well. The fact that he needed to go. Oh no, we still got it. I'm assuming we still would have gotten it if we had... I mean, yeah, that makes sense. So we could have gotten it by calling him before we captured Gen. Maybe he would have been pissed if we had called him before we captured Gen. That should be a separate achievement, you would think. Because he took this fairly well. He must have been happy that his father got captured at the very least.
Gen is at last defeated. But at what cost? The Age of Riven is gone. And Catherine... There are no words.
So interestingly, you can... Could you beat the game right at the beginning, just like Myst? Unless the combination is different every time, which I guess they could do that. They had a special play mode in Myst for that though. You had to change it to like that specific difficulty for it to be randomized. Alright, so we need to... Do we have a save that is anywhere near the survey? We don't have any bloody saves on Survey Island, do we? Of course we don't. Of course we don't! What about this one? Is this right before Survey Island? Wait, so can we get... Alright, hold on. Alright, let's see. This should be fairly fast. We just need to take the elevator down. Although at this point, wait, which way do we go? I actually don't remember now. Do we go through that door? Or do we take the elevator? I can't remember. Yeah, we're gonna have to do it more times. I suppose if we had reloaded a save after we had done this and gone back there, we wouldn't have to do it as much. But I'm actually kind of curious how many times we have to do it. So we're gonna... This will give us the exact number. So we just have to do the jungle light. And the jungle is where? Yeah, all the elevators in this game are insane. He already looks pretty angry to me. So, what about the red light pisses off the Wark? He just hates red? Or maybe when they pressed the red light originally, it would indicate, like, come and get fed, and since we're not feeding it, right? So he's like thinking he's coming over here to get a snack, and then we're just staring at him instead. He's like, where's my food? Why do you keep calling me? Feels like a slight oversight that you don't see him in this camera, though. He gave us a side eye at that point. Alright, that was 3. Yeah, see, I thought I had done it like at least 3 times. It'd be crazy if he does it, if he gets angry on the 4th. No, I remember that too, just a side by. So we did it 4 times. How many times do you gotta do it to get the achievement? Damn, you gotta do it a lot. He's looking pretty pissed. Ooh. Alright, 6. 6 was the golden number. What happens if you do it again? Does he just... Will he eventually break this? That'd be a great alternate ending. I think he just... He's just ignoring it now. That's gotta be it. Isn't he is this inside the tank? Because don't we see him swimming from up above? So it does make me wonder if, like, they would press the light and then give him some food. So he's annoyed with us that we keep calling him and not giving him any food. Alright, we got that. Alright, what else do we have to do? What we got left? We got 4 left. We got 4 left. So yeah, I don't know. It makes me feel like we're gonna find him dead, possibly. Just looking at the image, it looks like somebody laying down. Like I said, I'm assuming it's the guy at the beginning that got darted by what's her face? The Moietti woman. And then over here on Survey Island, you can see him near the cage again. But that's the last time I ever saw him. Okay, so we need to piss off Gen and immediately piss him off. Which pissing him off should be easy enough to do. Let's see. Do we have a save file that we can do that in? Would it be... It would be prior to have... So let's see. I think we could do it here on this load. Yeah. So from his point of view, if he's able to watch us, it's gonna look like we just left, which is gonna anger him. You'd think he'd be able to just send one of his people to go and retrieve the book. Let's see. Oh, there he is. That's his man. Wait, did he just go inside? What? Ah! What? Did you just dart me?
Forgive me. I don't believe we've met. I am Gan. And you must be the one whom Atreus sent to trap me. I don't know where you got the brilliant idea to trap yourself. I must tell you that I am quite disappointed that it is you and not Atreus who must now pay the price for this foolishness.
I'm so confused.
What? This time.
We did get it though. How would he know that it was a trap book? If the one guy that serves under him touched the book, he would then get trapped, and we would have ended up becoming free. I don't know. Somehow Gen was able to figure out it was a trap book. He must have recovered the book, somehow figured it out, and then had his guy go in, which released us, and then Gen darted us. Why? What? Why not just leave us in there? I don't understand. Alright. Well, we got that achievement. It's done. Okay. Okay, so the other one is the opposite of that. We need to go back to and listen to his speech again, and then we need to enter the book immediately. Oh, is that finding his man's fate? Well, who else have we been looking at then? So we're gonna have to start a new game. Alright, we'll do that one last. So what, does that imply that he's like down the cliff? Like they threw him off the cliff or something? So who's the other guy been? Another one of his men? Alright, what am I reloading? I'm reloading this one. Okay, so we need to go in. Unfortunately, we have to listen to his long speech again and his dizzying walking. This is the right save, right? I guess we'll find out when we go in. Should we have a little Luna cam? Luna's been on my lap for a long while now.
I apologize for the cage.
Oh shoot, I gotta turn my controller off.
I'm afraid this situation has often required of me a more primitive code of conduct than I might otherwise have chosen. I am Gen.
Oh my gosh, it won't turn off.
I assume you've heard of me. Yes. Well, I suspect you have acquired some false information of who I am now. Not that my son would have lied to you about me. No, not Atreus. It's just that, well, I'm sure he believes me to still be the depraved father I once was.
All right, we're just gonna let him walk
Yes.
around. We're not gonna
Even
follow
tried
him.
to kill him once. God, if I had accomplished that, who knows what I would have become. Great father indeed, who tries to murder his own son. Thankfully, he trapped me on age 5, a prison of my own creation. No books, no precious inks, no ages to link to, nothing but my own foolish ambitions. That was 30 years ago. 30 years, 30 lifetimes, what does it matter? No sentence could be too harsh for the man I was. But I have changed. Be sure the deeds of my past can never be completely atoned for, but my mission was an honorable one. I'm sorry, this is all a bit awkward. It's been a long time since I've attempted to persuade anyone of my intentions. Most of the people here have already made their minds up about me one way or another. I myself do not trust the words of most men, so I don't expect you to believe me. In the end, though, you may discover that I do have more than mere words to offer.
Just give me the book already. Oh wait, I still have the book, don't I?
Atreus's choice of punishment has been hard on the people of Riven, and many have suffered because of it. The island has been steadily decaying for years, but according to my most recent measurements, it appears that the Fifth Age has entered its final days. Unless the villagers can be relocated soon, the island will collapse entirely and everyone will perish. It has taken me a long time to do it, but it appears that finally I'll be able to make some substantial amends to my past transgressions, especially in, well, I'm afraid I've had some trouble with Catherine and the moiety. In any society, there will always be a small percentage of the population with rebellious tendencies. Before Catherine appeared, the moiety, as they call themselves, had been relatively harmless. I mean, the natives here are a fairly violent people by nature, but I'd almost come to accept their presence. Upon Catherine's return, however, their violence intensified considerably. It seems she's become some sort of religious savior to them. As far as I can tell, she's come to believe this herself. So I've had no alternative. I had to separate her from her people. The actions of Catherine and the moiety have put my own life at risk on numerous occasions. Consequently, the lives of all the people here. Therefore, I must ask you to refrain from any attempt to free her. Although I'm sure Atreus desires it. Indeed, he must desire it with all his heart. But he is completely unaware of her recent state. Which brings me to the point of all of this. The linking book you brought with you. You're very fortunate to have recovered it. If I may. Thank you.
So help me if this doesn't let me click it. Lose my mind.
Perhaps it would be best if you went through first.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Yay, we got it. See, I originally thought if he saw us going first, he would then recognize it as a trap. I thought we were going to have to trick him some other way. See, at this point, the book should be on the ground or on the desk, wherever he was looking at it. Not back in our satchel. Right? Right? We should find it just flopped open on the ground or something. Okay. So the one that you were saying that we need to start over for, I'm assuming is the Discover the Fate of Gen's Man. What is this one, though? Not the way you remember it. Recall a specific moiety code. Here, let's just look it up. Oh, I see. Does this confirm what, does this confirm what I was thinking, that it's different every time? Or is it not? Or is it just different from the original Riven game? I guess I should say what I'm saying. What this is saying is that there is a combination inside the linking room to Tay, to where the Moiety are, and it's different in this game than it was in the original Riven. If you try to put the combination from the original Riven in, it'll give you this achievement, but it won't work, and you won't be able to progress the game. Hi, Milo. Milo saw Luna get down and seized the opportunity. He's like, I want up. I did see him earlier. He was looking earlier, and he did not want to jump up with her, which is too bad, because he loves getting up with Nova. He must think Nova is his favorite. Nova must be his favorite of the two girls. Because, yeah, typically if Nova's laying on my lap, he'll just jump up and lay down next to her. He did not do that with Luna, though. Alright, so we need to go back to that room, and we need to put in the original Riven combination. Am I reading this right? Hold on. Sorry, Milo. Sorry for getting in your face. Yes, Milo, that's great. Put holes in my arms. Okay. Alright, so we need to get back there. We need to get back there. He's the only cat that I've ever had that likes to knead with his back paws, too. You can't see it on the other one. He's doing it with his back left one, and you can see him doing it with his back right one. He kneads with all 4 of his legs. All 4 of his paws. It's very odd. At least, from my experience, it's very odd. Okay. So we need to load a save. Do we have any saves near that place? Basically, any save in the jungle would work. Which the one save we had at the jungle we don't have. We overrode it. We overrode it. Of course we did. Oh wait. This is the jungle. Yeah, we can use this. This works. Load this. Anna, what are you doing, boy? What are you doing? I don't know if it's because his sister's over there. Nova's right there. Are you trying to get Nova's attention? You love your baby sister? You want me to bring her closer to you? Actually, no, I don't know. He seems to be put off by the fact that her feet are right there now. He doesn't want to knead there anymore. What the heck? Alright, so let's get back. We can actually take the shortcut this time. Really wish we knew about this shortcut earlier. Oh, shoot. Can we get down there from here? Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Brought it closer, Milo, and you don't even care. Don't even care. Trying to help you out, boy. Give you some convenience. Oh my gosh. Make up your mind. You're so silly, boy. You're so silly. Okay, so we'd already been down here at one point. Let's reset this. Okay, so the original code... Actually, the original one started with the ribbon symbol. So it's all the same shapes. It's just in a different order. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Yay! We got it. Wouldn't this need to reset at this point? If you wanted to unlock it for real. So you just pick a random one? Or did we have 6 before? I don't know. Was there 6 before? What was the other shape that we had? So that's gotta be, so that's different too then. If the original game only had 5. Cause yeah, I think we had 6. But it was definitely in a different order because the Riven logo symbol was last. All right, anyways. All right, we've done that. We only have one left to do, I think. Which we need to do a new game for, right?
Thank God you've returned. I need your help. There's a great deal of history that you should know, but I'm afraid there's no time to explain. Most of what you'll need to know is in here. And for reasons you will discover, I can't send you to Riven with a way out. But I can give you this. It appears to be a linking book back here to Dunny, but it's actually a one-person prison. It's the only way to capture Genn. Here. Once you've freed Catherine, I'll come with a linking book. She'll know how to signal me. There's a very good chance, if all this goes well, that you'll be returned to the place that you came from.
The uncertainty and the fact that it just fades to black as we fall away. I'm assuming we must be playing the Stranger still in the next games. I don't know how that works. Unless we're summoned back, or it doesn't actually end up working. Hi, Luna. So what is it, like wait activated? Is that what we read? Someone appears here, sets it off, traps us. He seems very confused by how this trap works then. Takes him quite a while to realize we're actually inside of it. So this is not the same guy that we see later on? He looks the same. as the other guys that we see in the game.
타게마, 레코와, 타게마, 수 레코와. Isirap, isirap. Mutika bukuha nai. Isirap, mutika bukuha nai. Bukuha nai. Isirap,
Why would we give him the book?
bukuha nai. Bukuha.
Actually,
Bukuha nai.
I would have backed off, man. So all we had to do was go to the right, and we would have seen him. So that would have been one of the first achievements we would have got. Literally. It would have been the first achievement we got. I don't see him. Oh shoot, there he is. Okay, so he's not... So it probably is the same guy, right? She just laid him down there? I guess we could find that out for sure. Oh yeah, let's see. Let's see if that code works here. Oh crap. We wouldn't be able to do that simply. We would have to go up. We'd have to go up there and activate it. Yeah, that would make sense. If it's just the same dude. He's just chilling here. So yeah, if we load a save later on here. Of course, I don't have any saves. Close. I guess this would be a close one. We could go backwards. He's probably not there anymore. If he is there, then we would have to assume that he died. But yeah, the fact that we see him in the books, we saw him in like the video on Survey Island. Yeah, he's not there anymore. So it was the same guy. I was thinking like she disposed of his body down into the rock, which I guess kind of she did, but she didn't like toss him way down there. All right, well, that was it. I think that was the last achievement. I think we're done. 100% finished. Let's see. Yay! That was considerably easier to get 100% on than Myst. Myst had us... we needed to restart the game a couple times in Myst, didn't we? I mean, one of the achievements in Myst required you to replay the entire game, right? And then you had to redo the entire maze section for one of the achievements as well. So yeah, I was expecting more of the same, but yeah, that did not happen this time around. These achievements were definitely far more easily achievable, right? Miley, you being a good boy? Yeah, you're a good boy. I know you're a good boy. That's a silly question, huh? All right. Well, gosh, Milo, what are you doing? Please don't disconnect the stream. He literally started stepping right on my streaming keyboard. What are you doing, boy? I don't know what he's doing. He's crazy. You're a good boy. I'm just kidding. You're not crazy. You're a good boy. All right. Well, I guess that's it. We're done. We're done. With Riven, anyways. I guess there was one more thing we could have experimented with. It would have been alternate dialogue with Atris if we did the combination prior to trapping Gen in the book. That would be the only thing that would maybe be different. I'm surprised there's not an individual achievement for it. But if we, if we go load this, we don't trap Gen, then we should get at least some alternate dialogue from Atris, from the fact that we didn't trap Gen and we did not free Catherine. We could go do that real quick, I guess. Let's see. Like I said, I was assuming that Atris was going to be pretty upset that we hadn't had Catherine freed. But... oh, shoot, wait. What makes this little knob pop out? Oh, we need to put in the code. Then the knob pops out. Duh. Okay, so we just need to put that in. So we could have done that. We could have tried that in the beginning of the new game. Of course, there's no way to load the new game that we did. I don't know if I want to go through it all again just to try it. I mean, we could look this up, too. We could just look up. What is this device called? What is this device called? Let's see. Are the codes for the Rift the same? In Riven replays. Because the fact that there's not a... because Myst actually had a difficulty mode you could pick, where when you replay it, it has parts of the game randomized. They actually had an achievement for doing that particular difficulty mode. This one doesn't have that. So it's making me think that that's just how Riven is to begin with. Let's see. Yeah, according to this, most of the codes and the sequences in Riven are randomized on every new playthrough. So you can't just... presumably to prevent you just being able to immediately just go cause the fissure in the rift to break open right at the very beginning. But that would be kind of similar to... I guess we didn't test the randomized nature of Myst and whether or not you could do it. I don't think I went back and tried that. The code where you can get the white page for Myst, which is something in the normal playthrough, if you're not playing on the randomized version, you can just simply go get that page and you can immediately access Atris and beat the game right at the very beginning. You don't have to go to any of the lands or anything. Unless, of course, you're playing in the randomized mode. So that would be the same way with this game. So if this code right here was randomized, you would still have to go through all of the rest of the game to figure it out. So yeah, that's cool. But that's just how it is. Instead of there being a separate randomized mode like they did for Myst, I guess they decided to just make it completely randomized all the time for every playthrough, which is fine. That's probably for the best, right? Let's see here. Okay, so we're just wanting to listen to Atrus's alternate dialogue. 878. Uh, 4686. 4686. And 152. It's not working. Did I mess up somewhere? 878 468 61. Oh, I did mess up. There we go. Okay, now we can do this. Alright, so at this point we've not captured Gen. Right? So we've not captured Gen. We are gonna set the fissure in motion. Just so we can see what Atrus says. I don't know if there's any other alternate options we could do aside from this. I guess there is. We could free Catherine and then do this same thing. And then we might get alternate dialogue from Atrus and Catherine. That's something to try. That's something to try.
There isn't much time. Where's Catherine?
He didn't phase into our face this time.
The trap book is empty.
Sorry. I knew we forgot something. Oh, shoot!
You never did.
His father and his henchmen are here.
Father, I am no longer your father because you are no longer my son.
I'm glad we tried this. This is way more than just alternate Atrus dialogue.
I don't know what you thought you were doing, but thank you. I finally am.
Oh my gosh. This is the helping Gen playthrough, I guess. He just left his guy behind, too. What a heartless bastard. Oh my gosh. Should we free Catherine? And then do this, too? Because, yeah, that's going to be different, too. If we free Catherine, then Catherine should show up. But then Gen and his thug will show up too. So yeah, we can go to the prison island here. Free Catherine. And then let's Oh shoot, no. Do we have him in the book? we don't have the book. At what point were we here at this game? Yeah, why don't we have the trap book? Oh no, he has it. He has the trap book in his possession. Okay, so we have not trapped him at this point. Yeah, so this combo would probably be randomized on every playthrough. I would imagine nearly everything would be randomized. Is it not letting me use the code because we technically haven't listened to it yet? That would be interesting. Very interesting. I'm wondering if they have it coded so that you cannot free her until you've actually been to 233 and listened to the code yourself. That would also lead me to believe that possibly if you loaded a save from right at the beginning of the game, you wouldn't be able to open the fissure at that point. Maybe. I don't know. I have no way of knowing for sure because we don't have a save that close to the beginning. I mean, this one is fairly close to the beginning, but I don't know if I want to try. So I don't know. I don't think it's possible. You might not be able to free... You might not be able to free Catherine without trapping Gen first. That is interesting, though, because, I mean, we're doing the right... Yeah, it seems to be acknowledging that we're doing the right combo. Because it pans the camera out after putting it in. Or at least it did before. But it's not doing it now. Nope, it's just doing nothing now. I have no idea. I have no idea. That is the combo, right? It was the crick and the 3 dings and then a crick. Can you imagine if they had that randomized every time before you got to 233? I don't know. I'm going to assume they just have the game programmed so it's not possible to free Catherine before you capture Gen. Let's see. If you knew the code. Yep, that's actually what it is. So this seems to be implying that if we were to reload our save before capturing him, that code would be different at that point. That the code for her prison is not generated until you capture Gen. So even though we're still on the same save file right now, we would probably get a completely different combination for this elevator after we capture him again, which is really interesting. That is interesting. So I'm guessing that even if we loaded a really, really earlier save file, the code for opening the fissure would not work. And probably does not work until you have access to Catherine's journal for the first time. You won't know what the combo is going to be. Which is really interesting that they designed the game like that. I assumed that it was like a seed. As soon as you hit new game, it creates a seed, which will create all the codes for that entire playthrough. But it does not appear to be doing that. It actually creates the codes at the moment that you obtain them in the game. Which is interesting. All right, well, so that's it. I'm going to assume that's all the alternate endings we can have. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see, like, if Catherine would show up, and then Gen shows up and knocks them both out. I don't know. But that is not what's happening. You can't do it. I guess that's good, right? That's a nice way to program the game so you can't be doing things too early, right? All right. Well, we're done. We're done. We saw all the alternate endings. We got all of the achievements. So where does this game stand, and how does it compare to Myst? I had heard from a lot of people that they liked this one better. I've heard from some people they like Myst better. I think I'm on the side of the fence that likes Myst better. Obviously, there's some enhancements to this game that are superior. First and foremost, they've taken the graphics engine to a whole new level here. This is one of the prettiest games I've played. The environments are great. The character models are still not anything to get blown away by or anything, but the character models are vastly improved in this one over Myst. So in that regard, Riven hands down. The character models alone are such a massive improvement, as they needed to be. I think the expansion of the lore is really good in this. The main thing I'm taking away from Riven is that I want to keep playing. I want to know more about the universe. I want to know what comes next. Who knows? I'm assuming they'll probably remake the next game in the series. But who knows how long that's going to be. It's probably going to be a few years before we get to see that game come out. But I am very intrigued by the story. I want to learn more. It was interesting getting to meet Catherine, learn more about where she was trapped, his father, all of that very, very good. I would say I'm a little disappointed that we didn't get to see more characters. I know I hypothesized that maybe the brothers might come back. That didn't happen. That's okay. I'm assuming they might be dead then. But then again, there are some other games. Maybe they'll come back. The biggest disappointment was the lack of traveling to more worlds. I assumed, since a big focus of Myst was the writing of these books and the traveling to all these different ages and realms, that we'd be seeing a lot more of that going into a sequel. But instead, we primarily were stuck in Riven the entire time. So as opposed to traveling between realms through different books, most of our experience was just traveling between these different islands on Riven. Which I guess technically is the same thing, so maybe it's just the thought of it, traveling to different worlds. Because Myst had all these different worlds that were all very interesting. I think if you include Rime, there's like 5 or 6 different realms that you travel between in Myst. And in this, you primarily are on Riven. We finally get to go somewhere new with Tay, but we're only there for a matter of like minutes. And we don't really get to explore it. There's nothing really to do there. You're just basically getting to see this realm where the Moyedi people are being kept safe. And then once you recover the journal and the book, you immediately travel back. And then you have 233. So neither Tay nor 233 had a lot in the way of exploring or puzzle solving. There was a little more to do in 233 compared to Tay, but I would say that is most definitely the most disappointing part of Riven, is just the lack of what I thought was such a focused element of Myst. The whole writing of books and discovering new books and new realms and new lands and new ages to travel between. So yeah, it's too bad they didn't have more of that going into this. I am curious whether or not that is expanded upon further in the sequels. I mean, obviously, traveling between books in the sequels is is a given. I'm sure that's happening. But I would hope that in the next game that we get to see more of it. More worlds, more realms to get to actually travel between. But aside from that, the writing is excellent. Obviously, most of it is in journals. I thought maybe when I was reading the fact that you had more people like walking around the environment, that's why they had to use 3D models in this. They couldn't use like the live action stuff, that we would be seeing more characters. So I was also surprised to see that as far as characters go, about the same amount as the first game too. We had Gen, we had Catherine, we had Atris again, unless you count all the people, all the Moietti that we got to see in Tay, pretty much the same amount of characters as Myst. But the dialogue is good, very interesting characters. Learning more about Gen's parents probably opens this universe up to far more interesting implications and lore that that's the part that like is intriguing me, where I'm like, I want to see where this goes. There's obviously got to be more to it, more going on. Does Gen end up being freed? Does Atris try to destroy the book that Gen is locked in like he did his sons? I don't know, but I really want to know. I want to know, but I am probably going to hold off on looking up any spoilers or reading any novels or anything, and I'll wait until the next game comes out, and we'll find out then, I suppose. But still solid, very good puzzles. A lot of puzzles I did get hung up on. I wouldn't necessarily say the puzzles were convoluted. I think I just kept missing stuff, and I had to do a lot of backtracking, and in that sense it made some of the puzzles a little harder in this game. Probably like the creativity in the Myst puzzles a little bit more, but that probably also comes from like going to each of the different lands too. But still really good. Enjoyed it a lot. I still rank Myst higher than Riven, but Riven, very good entry. Definitely worth playing if you liked Myst. So I'm definitely glad I decided to visit, and I can't wait to see the next game. All right, that was a long, probably rambling review. So I'm gonna leave off here. I will be back tomorrow to continue more Ghost of Yotei. As far as puzzles game go, we still have one more puzzle game that is on the puzzle poll that we had on the channel. I am gonna get around to playing that at some point. I can't remember what it's called, but I know it was one of the shorter ones. From what I read, I think it's probably only going to be like a single stream. It's supposed to be a short game. And then what if we just do more puzzle games after that? I'm not sure what to play yet. Might have to look at my library, or if anybody suggests any other puzzle games, we'll have to look into them. But for now, we are going to be continuing our Ghost of Yotei playthrough tomorrow, and Cleo and I are going to be starting Split Fiction, if not this coming Sunday, possibly next Sunday. So look forward to that. But thank you for tuning in, guys. Thank you for watching, Bose. Thank you for the help when needed. And as always, don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. Do very much appreciate it. Subscribe if you'd like to be notified of future streams. And if you are watching this at a later time, thank you for taking the time to do so. And until tomorrow, everybody sleep well, be well, stay chill, stay relaxed, and I hope to see you then. Good night and goodbye.